A man with cold, weary eyes remembers his past life as a simple librarian before a massive fire sent him to another world. He wakes up in a place where knights and martial masters are gods among men, but Arthur, he is at the bottom of the food chain. In this new world, he is nothing more than a failing instructor, the kind of teacher every student prays they never get. Usually, transmigrators get some god-tier talent, but Arthur got nothing. Now, he is on the absolute verge of being fired. Students at Rosewood Academy gossip that instructor Arthur caused a student's mana to explode, and he is officially the lowest-ranked teacher alive. Despised by his peers and unable to win over the high-ranking Lady Seraphina, he has even been banned from entering the royal archives. He realizes the hard way. Being weak here is a literal sin, and becoming powerful is his only ticket out of this hell. Determined to flip the script, the Library of Heaven's path finally awakens within him, giving him an insane special talent. He can now see every single weakness in a person, and even create unique martial arts that nobody else has ever seen. The comeback begins. He starts recruiting students by pinpointing the exact issues making them weak. They are shocked, to say the least. They wonder how he knows their deepest secrets, and he just tells them, "Join my class, and I will make you unstoppable." He begins spreading his unique teachings across the kingdom, but you know how it goes. Success always brings out the haters. Rival instructors accuse Arthur of brainwashing kids and dragging the academy's name through the mud, but he honestly doesn't care. All he wants is to climb higher until everyone in the world fears his name. He is breaking every shackle holding him down. His main goal, reach immortality and fight his way to the top. Not bad for a guy who used to just shelve books. Flashback to the start. Arthur is desperately trying to intimidate a girl, cornering her against a wall like some kind of mastermind. He claims to be the most legendary master in the academy and tells her she should be begging to be his student. She asks if he is Sir Alistair, the star teacher. He scoffs, denying it and claiming he is actually much better than that guy. He really believed his new life would be like a fantasy novel, overcoming every hurdle and sitting on a throne. Huge mistake. When he finally tells the girl his real name, she responds with a massive, soul-shaking slap right across his face. Annoyed, she storms off, screaming that this isn't the elite wing, it is the loser class for scams. She is not falling for it. Arthur is left on the ground, literally begging her to come back. Why the desperation? Because he hasn't recruited a single soul. His classroom is a wasteland, making him the weakest teacher in the whole kingdom. His reputation, absolutely non-existent. Everyone is terrified of him after that mana deviation incident. Nobody wants to be his student, and he is basically a social pariah. The original Arthur actually drank himself to death over the failure. Now, our guy has to clean up this mess or face expulsion. Suddenly, a girl with bright pink hair named Beatrice walks in, asking if this is the famous Sir Alistair's classroom. Arthur realizes his trick, swapping the classroom signs, actually worked. He stands up, brushes off the dust, and tries to look professional. With total poise, he asks if she is really looking to join the class of the person she's searching for. Excitedly, she says yes. She thinks it would be the ultimate honor to learn from the best teacher in the entire school. Arthur counters with a classic. "Teachers are like boots, Beatrice. You have to see if they actually fit your feet before you buy." He explains that teaching methods have to suit the student. If the vibe is right, even a nobody teacher gets better results. Beatrice is stunned. Her older brother told her the exact same thing, but she still doesn't know which teacher is her perfect match. Arthur plays his card. "As a master, I can't ignore a lost student. If you show me your moves, I will recommend someone." She thanks him and gets ready to demonstrate her skills. Arthur watches, but he still cannot see a single thing with his own eyes. He decides to fake it until he makes it. He starts praising her like she is a goddess just to keep her from leaving. When she asks about her cultivation foundation, he lies through his teeth. "Solid, incredible, you are a natural-born prodigy." He calls her a genius of the martial arts, which makes her glow with happiness. He is really laying the charm on thick here. He tells her every move was perfect, and all she needs is hard work to reach a legendary future. Then, reality hits. Beatrice reveals her legs were permanently crippled in the past. Every doctor she saw said she would never improve for the rest of her life. Arthur is internally screaming. He just called a crippled girl's footwork perfect. He has got to fix this, and fast. You think I would not have noticed something that obvious? He scoffs. He tells her this injury is actually a blessed opportunity in disguise. Naturally, she is curious. He strikes a heroic pose and drops the line. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, Beatrice. She's got hope in her eyes now. Arthur claims only 3 masters in the entire academy have the power to fix her case. 2 of them are already full, he says, sounding very serious. That leaves only 1 person who can actually save your future. Confused, she asks what she should do next. When she realizes he is that 1 person, she asks if he is accepting students. Yes, he says. Julian didn't care for gold or glory, but this girl. She was on her knees, begging him to mentor her. He needed this win fast. He grabbed her hand to seal the pact before she could second-guess him. A single drop of blood onto the sapphire stone. The contract was officially written in blood. Alara was stunned. Why was this so fast? It felt like the teachers had this trap set for ages. What's your name, girl? He asked. Alara, she replied, still trying to process the sudden commitment. Come back tomorrow, he told her. She nodded and vanished back into the academy's stone hallways. Finally, no more threat of being stripped of his title. Julian was ready for the high life. But then, reality warped. A magical vortex sucked him into a dark, swirling abyss of pure energy. He blinked. Standing before him were the massive golden gates of the archive of infinite sovereignty. A new world, a late welcome gift. Only one way to find out. He stepped inside to explore. Julian's jaw dropped. This place made his old academy library look like a dusty, broken basement. But wait, is it just books? He searched for legendary swords or magic artifacts, anything useful. A pile of paper won't stop a knight's blade. He wasn't exactly thrilled about a reading list. He reached for a stack, hoping for some top-tier combat manuals to boost his status. His hand went right through. Ethereal, ghost books. Now he was getting genuinely pissed off. Useless, he snapped. You can't even hit someone with a ghost book in a real fight. Poof, he woke up, just a dream and a crappy one at that. Time for some lunch. He needed a plan to find more suckers. I mean, students. Then, a familiar voice called out. Sir Alistair, the Academy's golden boy, mocking Julian for his empty classroom and lack of talent. Julian didn't blink. Mind your own business, Alistair. I'm busy with more important things. Alistair laughed. Busy failing. He told his students about Julian's big fat 0 on the trials. The students snickered at the loser. Julian just sighed. Are we done? I'm hungry. Have you no shame? Alistair sneered. You're a disgrace to every knight and instructor here. Julian smirked. Shame, please, I'm the most famous guy here. Every freshman knows my name now. Suddenly, Alara stepped up. He's a kind master. He took me in when no one else would. A knight from the crowd stepped in. Your brother wants you under Duke Roland, Alara, not him. Leave now, the man warned, before your family finds out you're wasting time with this fraud. Alistair's grin was wide. If she walked away, Julian was officially done for and expelled. The man announced her withdrawal. Julian knew he had to play his cards right now. You think I just take anyone? Julian asked, turning the tables. You're throwing away a miracle. He looked the man in the eye. If you take her now, and no other master accepts her. Checkmate, the man hesitated. Julian promised Alara would become a legend under his wing. But Alistair intervened. If she leaves him, I'll take her into my elite squad personally today. Julian saw red. Stealing students in broad daylight. I'll have your head for this, Alistair. Alistair just laughed it off. Let's settle it then, a teacher's duel, right here, right now. Julian paused. Alistair was a master, a direct clash. He had 0 chance of winning this. But if he backed down, he lost his only student. He had to accept the gamble. The training grounds were packed. The challenge: advise the rival's student on their hidden flaws. Whoever gives the best guidance wins it all. High-stakes storytelling at its absolute finest. 𝒊𝒅𝒂𝒍 stepped up. One punch. 53 points on the gauge. Not bad, but not elite. Alistair spotted it instantly. Powerful, but your legs are shaky. An old injury, isn't it? Julian's heart sank. The guy was good, really good. What could he possibly say to top that? Alistair whispered a secret technique to 𝒊𝒅𝒂𝒍, a way to bypass her pain and unlock her power. 𝒊𝒅𝒂𝒍 breathed. She followed the rival's advice, feeling energy surge through her veins like fire. Boom, she struck again. 63 points, a massive jump that left the entire crowd speechless. Julian was impressed by the chaos, but now it was finally his turn to advise his rival's student. Wait, he said, arguing that the stakes were totally unfair. Why should he lose his only student while the other teacher risked nothing? Baron Thorn started stammering, caught off guard. Fine, he declared that if Julian won, young Leo would officially become his student instead. He told the boy not to worry because it wouldn't happen. Satisfied, the eagle-eyed Julian finally agreed to proceed. But as he watched the young man practice, Julian realized he was in trouble. There was no clear way out of this mess. He didn't even know the technique, let alone its weaknesses. Meanwhile, the silver-haired apprentice thought he'd rather die than follow a loser. He hated the idea of a teacher who scored 0 on the royal assessment. Julian squatted, desperately hunting for any flaw. Suddenly, boom, he was pulled back into that massive celestial archive where a giant message glowed in the air. The heavens are incomplete. Julian was totally lost. But then, a glowing book drifted into his hands, and it felt real. The cover literally had Leo's name on it. Inside was the boy's entire history, his techniques, and 12 massive weaknesses. The first flaw: he used way too much force in his strikes. The last: his left arm was actually the stronger one. Relying on his right side held back his full strength. Returning from the dream, Julian saw Leo hit 62 pounds. Julian realized this library recorded the flaws of everyone. That was the whole purpose of the Celestial Archive. He was thrilled with this gift, ready to show what a traveler could do. He told Leo he had exactly 12 weaknesses. The Baron immediately burst out laughing. The other students joined in, claiming this rising strike technique was absolutely flawless. They said even the High Dean couldn't find a single mistake. Doubted, Julian announced he was done with this competition. He called his student over, saying they were just wasting their time. Thorn, wanting to prove him wrong, asked for proof. He wanted to see what Julian knew. Julian turned to Leo and gave him one simple, strange instruction for his form. Your style is too right-handed, he said. For better results, you need to use your left hand for the next strike instead. The young man asked if he was sure, while the other students laughed, saying this would ruin the kid's entire technique. Cedric, the top student, told them to just get it over with so they could finally end this embarrassing show quickly. Obeying the command, the boy delivered a crushing punch with his left hand. The teacher gasped in shock at the result. 123. The audience was stunned. The boy's power hadn't just increased, it had almost doubled in one go. Not even the most famous masters could achieve that. Leo stared at his own hand, wondering if he'd really done it. Julian just smiled, knowing his advice worked. He smirked at his rival. Anything else to say, Baron, or are we done? He pointed out how his own student grew by 20%, while Leo's strength had more than doubled instantly. The teacher pulled out his blue crest stone and erased Leo's name. The boy was now officially the apprentice of the victor. As Julian left the field, other students started swarming him, begging him to reconsider his decision and take them on too. Baron Thorn was fuming. He told himself it was just luck and wouldn't happen again. He threw his stone at the boy. The red-haired teacher ordered him to sign his name. Even though Leo disagreed, the boy did exactly as he was instructed. No other master would accept him now. Soon, everyone in the academy was gossiping about what had just happened. They discussed how Julian, despite being the bottom-ranked teacher, managed to win and double a student's strength. Lady Beatrice, a noble with piercing blue eyes, wasn't buying it. She said if the top instructors couldn't do it, nobody could. She insisted it was sheer luck, but her friend disagreed, pointing out that the strength increase was far too massive for that. Irritated, Beatrice snapped back. She only came here for the elite, and now her friend suggested the worst teacher was a match. She vowed to expose him as a fraud. Later, Julian was in his room feeling invincible and celebrating his new power. With the library's help, no martial art would remain a mystery to him. Suddenly, the blue-eyed girl showed up at his door. He asked what the problem was. She explained the rumors and asked if he could give her advice to increase her strength. She wanted that same 100% boost. Julian didn't even look up. "I'm busy," he said, shutting her down completely. That really ticked her off. She claimed he wasn't doing anything at all. Julian replied that he was busy recruiting students. He had no time to waste on someone so rude. With a bizarre expression, she asked what she needed to do for help. His answer was simple: "You need to become my student." The girl agreed for now, but her plan was already in motion. She wanted to expose Julian and then go back to Baron Thorn. She gave him an ultimatum right then and there. If he didn't provide useful advice, she'd tell the whole kingdom he was a fraud. Her friends were listening outside, worried sick. They decided to inform Master William about the situation, but Julian still refused to recognize her as a student. Julian shuts her down, saying he only likes students who actually listen, completely calling out her fake, angry smile. Elara swallows her pride and apologizes, begging him to reconsider. He just smirks, calling her a good girl now. But there's a catch. If she wants to train, she has to scrub his floors and the bathroom first. Outside, too. If it's spotless, she's in. Elara grits her teeth, telling him not to push his luck, but Julian doesn't budge. "Can't handle a simple chore. There's the door," he says. Forced smile on, Elara finally grabs the old broom. She starts sweeping, internally screaming that she'll make him pay for this. Soon, the entire room is literally glowing. Julian admits it's a decent job. He pulls out a blue mana stone to register her noble student identification. With fire in her eyes, she claims she's eager to learn. Translation: she actually wants to destroy his reputation. First lesson: hit the trial monolith. Julian needs to see her raw power. Elara thinks this is totally useless. She gets into her fighting stance. Little does she know, Julian is already checking his secret archive of truth. He's literally browsing her weaknesses like a book, finding her profile tucked away on a dusty, hidden shelf. Turns out, Lady Elara is the daughter of Oakhaven's lord, a first circle knight with 27 fatal flaws. Julian isn't impressed. A lord's daughter and she's only this good. Talk about a harsh critic. He snaps back to reality just as her fist connects. The result pops up: 123 kilograms. He claps, admitting she's surprisingly strong for someone without a real master. Elara plays along, thanking him politely. Now for the trap. She asks for advice, secretly hiding a recording amulet to catch him failing later. Julian gets straight to the point. "Something is wrong with you," he says. No hesitation, just the cold truth. Elara blows up. "Wrong with me? Are you insane?" She's absolutely fuming at the sudden, perceived insult. He clarifies he didn't mean her attitude. He meant she's actually ill. She denies it instantly, acting totally defensive. "You know nothing about me," she snaps, but Julian just asks if her mana points feel tight lately. He mentions the restlessness she feels on full moon nights. Elara freezes. Her face goes completely pale. "You can't calm your own energy, can you?" he asks. Elara is in pure shock. How could he know? "Because I'm your teacher," he says, cool as ice. Suddenly, the young lady is practically begging for his help. He tells her to show up for class tomorrow. He'll fix her condition then. Simple as that. She asks if he's actually serious. Julian just shrugs. If she doesn't believe him, she can find someone else. She quickly backtracks, promising to be there. Then Julian drops the hammer. "About that recording amulet." Busted. Embarrassed, she smashes the crystal and rushes out. She's stunned that he saw right through her. How did he diagnose her with one look and find her recorder? It's honestly kind of terrifying. He bids her farewell, telling her not to be late. Alara is mesmerized. How did this guy fail his exams? Suddenly, an old man comes charging in. It's Barnaby, the head butler from the city of Oakhaven. Alara is confused. Julian sees the drama coming and tries to slip away, but Barnaby isn't having it. "Did you actually sign with this fraud?" he demands. Alara confirms it, and the butler absolutely loses it. He tells Julian he's unqualified and demands Alara be removed from the list, or he'll have him fired. Alara steps in. "I chose him, stop interfering," she yells. Barnaby is shocked his lady is taking sides. He demands to know if this teacher has actually taught her anything yet. Alara hesitates for a second. She admits not yet, but begs Barnaby to drop it. Then he spots the smashed amulet on the floor. Now he's convinced Julian threatened her. He's ready to draw blood, accusing him of tricking a minor. "This is a total misunderstanding," Julian says, hands up, but Barnaby is already seeing red, ready to strike. Alara blocks him. "You're overreacting. Stop it now or I'm never speaking to you again." That worked. Barnaby backs off, stunned. Alara drags him away, claiming she needs to pack for her first real lesson. Julian just watches them go. "She's my student," he mutters. "No need for all this noble drama." Meanwhile, across the academy, two friends are chatting. One tells young Arthur not to feel like a failure. Master Thorn rejected him, and Arthur is crushed. "Easy for you to say," he mutters, feeling totally worthless. His friend was accepted by the kingdom's best spear master. Arthur, meanwhile, he's got nothing left. They pass the sign for Classroom 1. His friend suggests checking it out, but Arthur just can't. Dragging him toward the gate, his friend insists that even this humble master might have some legendary spear techniques. The interior looks like a dump, and Alistair is skeptical, but Master Julian simply asks, "Do you truly want to learn?" His friend jumps in, hyping Alistair up as a spear prodigy in need of a real mentor. Julian just nods, time for a demo. The teacher stands up, clearly eager for a new disciple, and leads the young knights outside for a quick evaluation. Spear in hand, Alistair looks around the crumbling courtyard. If this teacher is as average as this place, he's out. He makes a mental note. If this master doesn't have the skills to back it up, he isn't calling him teacher. Alistair lunges. He strikes the testing stone with a loud crack, registering a solid 123 kilograms of force. He turns for feedback, but Master Julian wasn't even looking. Disappointed, Alistair thinks he's just stuck with another hack. Suddenly, Julian speaks up. "Ever had your heart broken, or felt the sting of a public humiliation?" Alistair freezes. He admits he once had a crush, but honestly, he thinks the question is totally irrelevant. His friend starts digging for gossip, but Alistair shuts him down. This is private stuff. He turns back to the teacher, annoyed. Master Julian explains. His strikes are strong, but the boy who used to be fearless has suddenly become timid. Rejection turned him soft. Now he's scared of failing, and that hesitation is poisoning his every move. That fear is literally draining the power from his spear. Alistair is floored. How did this guy read him so easily? Stunned, he wonders how a total stranger could understand his failed romance and his personality after just one strike. The answer? Simple. Your technique is a mirror of your soul. If your mind is a mess, your martial arts will be too. The realization hits like a truck. This man isn't a hack. He has the sharpest insight Alistair has ever seen. Julian's advice is blunt. Be strong enough to earn respect, or prepare to be looked down upon forever. He tells the boy to clear his head, train like a demon, and take back the confidence he lost. Life is a roller coaster, Julian says, hand on his shoulder. Don't let one setback define a young knight like you. Alistair tries again, fueled by new fire. The result, 235 kilograms, that's nearly double his previous power. His friend's jaw hits the floor. Alistair immediately drops to his knees, begging the master to take him in. Julian tells him to sign the Great Registry. Alistair is kicking himself now. He should have joined this class months ago. His friend is baffled. How is a spear master this talented a total nobody? He finally asks for the teacher's name. "I'm Julian," he replies. The boys pale instantly. That's the name of the academy's most notorious, useless teacher. He just smiles, confirming the rumors. "Yep, I'm the one everyone says is a total waste of space." The boys are speechless. Alistair can't believe such trashy rumors could exist about a man this gifted. Julian just shrugs. People hate what they can't understand. He credits all his genius to the academy's hidden library. Alistair vows to fix the master's reputation, but Julian doesn't care. He just wants the boy to work hard. "Just don't be late for class tomorrow," he warns, focusing Alistair back on his spear training. The boys head off, and even the friend has to admit, having a teacher like that is actually pretty incredible. Alone at last, Julian celebrates his 4 students while wondering who is dumb enough to reject Alistair. Time for more tokens. He heads over to the logistics department, ready to demand more admission permits for his growing class. He's greeted by a sneer. Well, if it isn't the most popular teacher at 𝑯𝒊𝒅𝒂𝒍 Academy. Lord Keene, the head of logistics, stands there with his cronies, asking Julian what business he has in his office. Julian remembers this guy. The former owner of this body was constantly bullied by Keene for not kissing his boots. He knows his lack of tokens was a setup. Unfazed, Julian holds out his hand and demands more immediately. Keene is shocked. "Use them all, you!" The whole room erupts in laughter at the very idea. They mock the man who ranked dead last in the finals, but Julian just gives them a cold, challenging look. "Wanna bet on it?" Julian asks. Keene agrees, asking what the stakes are for such a ridiculous claim. Julian stakes his reputation. The winner gets to publicly slap the loser 3 times. Keene thinks he's bluffing and accepts. The deal is set. If Julian loses, every man in the room gets to slap him. They crack open the ledger. Keene is grinning, ready for the kill until his eyes widen. To his horror, 4 students have actually signed up. Refusing to believe it, the director snatches the book away to see the names for himself. He flips through the pages, heart sinking as he confirms the truth. Not only are there 4, but who they are is insane. Julian Thorne just secured a spot in the top 100, and his rivals are absolutely fuming. They're screaming, "Cheater!" and claiming he used some dark magic to trick those students. But Julian, he just stands there with this smug little grin. He reminds them that a bet's a bet. It's time to pay the piper. The other teachers aren't having it. They claim Julian is too low-ranked to challenge them and tell him to drop the attitude before they crush him. Julian gives them one last chance to be honorable. Naturally, they double down on their refusal and call for Leon to step up. Leon is the muscle of the group, and he's ready to teach this upstart a painful lesson. He lunges forward, ready to end it. Everyone's watching, wondering how a rank 3 novice could possibly survive against a rank 4 guardian. It should be a total slaughter. See, in this kingdom, power is split into 9 ranks. Each one is a massive hurdle divided into stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. The higher you go, the harder it gets to climb. It's a steep mountain, and most people get stuck halfway up. Julian is technically just a peak rank 3, while Leon is a full tier above him. On paper, Julian is dead meat. There's a sudden blur of motion, and someone hits the dirt. The crowd assumes it's Julian, but then they see the red hair still standing. It's Leon. He's folded like a lawn chair. Even the headmaster is speechless. How does a rank 3 drop a rank 4 like that? Julian doesn't stop there. He looks at the rest of the faculty and says, "Who's next? All at once if you want." They charge, thinking it was just a fluke. Big mistake. Consulting his mental great archive, Julian counters every single move before they even make it. It's not even a fight, it's a dance. He brushes off his sleeves and tells them to stay down. Why? Because he just struck their vital gates, the ultimate pressure points. Almost every knight has one. If you know where to hit, even a toddler could take down a grandmaster. These points are the most guarded secrets in the kingdom, usually unknown even to family. But Julian, he sees them like glowing targets. Baron Silas is on his knees, trembling. He gasps, "How? How do you know my secret?" Julian just laughs to himself. Honestly, this great archive is broken. Even though he just crossed over to this world from Earth, he's already playing on God mode. Out loud, he just tells them they should have honored the bet instead of trying to play tough. Simple as that. But these guys are desperate. The headmaster warns Julian that attacking senior faculty is a crime that could get his license revoked. They demand Julian kneel and apologize, or they'll have him expelled from the academy immediately. Julian just shakes his head. "Funny how you guys love rules when you're losing," he mutters. "Fine, let's play by the rules." He turns to the headmaster and mentions a certain missing treasure from Lord Alistair's estate that ended up in his mistress's bedroom. Then he brings up a student's breakdown caused by one teacher's insults and another guy who poisoned a friend for some land. The room goes ice cold. They're terrified. How does he know their darkest sins? One by one, they drop to their knees and beg for mercy. Julian tells them he'll keep his mouth shut, but only if they stop being corrupt scumbags from now on. Baron Silas hands over a box of gold tokens, promising to never bother him again. "Take them, take whatever you need." They scurry away like frightened rats. Julian just smiles. Yeah, this whole reincarnation thing is working out pretty well. Living a life of luxury and power in this new world. It's basically the dream. He heads out, looking for more recruits. Suddenly, he spots a chaotic scene by the lake. 3 students are making a massive scene, and it looks pretty intense. 2 boys are shouting at a third, begging him not to jump. The distressed kid screams that he's done with life, clutching his friend's leg. But wait, he's not jumping. He's just holding on for dear life while crying about how he can't go on. It's weird. Julian laughs it off and starts to walk away. He's got students to find, right? But then, clunk, something grabs him. The suicidal kid, Arthur, is now death-gripping Julian's leg, begging for help. His friends, they immediately bolted. Julian sighs, asking the kid to let go. But Arthur is desperate. He's been rejected by 10 different teachers and he's out of options. Fine, Julian agrees to a test. "Show me what you've got," he says. Arthur stands up, looks at a pile of bricks and... He starts smashing the bricks against his own head and chest. Julian is horrified. The kid isn't fighting, he's just hurting himself. He checks the archive. Arthur is a total mess. A rank 1 novice with 18 major weaknesses. He's basically a walking disaster. But then Julian reads the fine print. Arthur has a dormant bloodline, the ancestral emperor's lineage. It just hasn't woken up yet. Now, in this kingdom, bloodlines and innate bodies are everything. They determine how fast you can grow and how strong you'll become. If you've got a special body, like the pure yin or the golden body, you're basically a prodigy. You'll leave everyone else in the dust. There are virgin bodies, pure yang bodies, all kinds of rare gifts that make you a god among men. And the bloodlines, they range from inherited to mutant types, but the ancestral emperor's bloodline, that's legendary tier. Once it's fully awakened, the user becomes practically indestructible. We're talking nothing on Earth can hurt you levels of defense. Julian's eyes go wide. A student who can become an immortal tank. Yeah, he's definitely keeping this one. The boy is absolutely ecstatic. He scribbles his name on the token, officially becoming a student, while Arthur Vance warns him not to get too cocky just yet. Suddenly, trouble arrives. Lord Cedric, grandson of a powerful duke and academy elder, struts over with a sneer. He mocks them instantly, calling both the new teacher and the student utterly pathetic. But standing beside him is Lady Isabella, the most stunning instructor in the kingdom. Every man in the Sterling Academy is obsessed with her, including the previous Arthur, which is exactly why Cedric hates our protagonist's guts. Arthur doesn't back down, asking Cedric who he thinks he's insulting. Cedric slips up, blurting out a direct insult that he immediately regrets. Our ambitious teacher uses that slip to mock him right back. Isabella actually laughs, and Cedric is absolutely fuming. Realizing his goddess is watching, Cedric tries to play it cool. He takes a breath, desperately trying not to look like a fool in front of her. He shifts to a nasty tone, announcing that everyone knows Arthur's new student ranked dead last. The kids strike power, a measly 15 kilograms. A perfect match, Cedric sneers. The bottom-tier trash teacher and the bottom-tier student. Leo, the new student, is stunned. He had no idea his new master was the Academy's laughingstock. As he panics, Arthur calmly tells the arrogant noble and his green-haired lackey to beat it. Cedric leads Isabella away, claiming the vile atmosphere might ruin her perfect mood. But Isabella stops and turns back. She looks at Arthur, the red-haired teacher who failed his qualifications, and tells him not to give up. "Improve your scores next time," she says softly. Arthur thanks her, knowing she means well. He admits Leo isn't strong yet, but he sees a spark of real potential that the others are too blind to see. He promises that with his guidance, the boy will shock everyone one day. Isabella nods, then firmly tells Cedric to stop following her. Cedric's rage pivots back to Arthur. He snarls a threat, promising to teach him a brutal lesson. Arthur, he just invites him to try. Desperate to save face, Cedric tries to invite Isabella for coffee or dinner the next day, but she ignores him completely. Meanwhile, Leo tries to sneak away into the shadows. Arthur catches him instantly. "Hey, the classroom is that way, kid." Leo tries to make an excuse, claiming he's too weak and will only ruin Arthur's reputation. But Arthur isn't letting his only student go. "Listen up," Arthur declares. "You're my student for life now. Dead or alive, you're mine." Leo trembles, asking what happens if he just doesn't show up. Arthur's response, "I'll toss you right back into that lake you were trying to jump into earlier." That shuts him up real quick. Later, back at the dorms, Arthur faces the cold truth. It's the final day of recruitment, and he has exactly 5 students. Classes start at dawn. He needs to understand his own power first. His technique is the 9 seals of Avalon, the Academy's standard path. There are 9 tiers of cultivation, and here's the kicker. Arthur is the only teacher still stuck at the peak of Tier 3. He needs to level up, and he needs to do it fast. He enters his mental Akashic library, wondering if he can solve this mess. Gathering mana into the soul core is a nightmare. For normal knights, advancing a single stage takes 3 long years of tedious work. Arthur hates tedious, but if his 5 students realize their master is a weakling, they'll abandon him in a heartbeat. He uses his special ability to scan his own technique. The result? It's a disaster. It has so many flaws it's basically beyond repair. There's only one way out. He needs to find every cultivation book in the library and use them to fill in the gaps. He heads to the Royal Archive and meets Master Alistair, the old gatekeeper. Alistair asks why the troublemaker is there so late. Arthur lies through his teeth, claiming he's on the verge of a Tier 3 breakthrough and needs guidance. The old man actually praises his dedication. He tells Arthur the Tier 3 secret scrolls are on the 4th shelf and lets him in alone. Outside, Alistair sighs. He thinks Arthur is a good person who just lacks the talent to ever be great. He couldn't be more wrong. Inside, Arthur is blown away. The library is massive, rivaling the great archives of the modern world. He grabs a book on combat. He scans it, 3,000 errors. Next, even the Academy's perfect 9 seals formula has over 1,000 mistakes. At this rate, finding the truth would take a lifetime. He changes tactics, focusing only on the specific chapter for breakthroughs. That page only has 10 errors. Progress. His best bet is to compile the correct parts from hundreds of different books. He starts scanning everything. Books for Tier 4, Tier 5, everything he can get his hands on. Outside, Alistair watches through the window. He sees Arthur just flipping through pages at lightning speed without actually reading them. He shakes his head, concluding that Arthur is just impatient and lacks the discipline to be a true master. Arthur finishes his reading and heads for the exit. He's ready to change his fate, but Alistair calls out to him. The old man is suspicious. He asks how Arthur could possibly have solved his complex cultivation problems that quickly. Filtering out the garbage and piecing together the true path, Julian studies the ancient texts and decides his next move with cold precision. He realizes that Tier 3 isn't enough. He needs to hunt down Tier 4 and 5 techniques from the outer circles, all while Master Alaric watches his every move. Alaric sees him just flipping through the pages like a bored child and scoffs, convinced that Julian is just another impatient brat with zero drive. Once the techniques are locked in, Julian tries to head out, but the old master stops him, demanding to know how he solved those riddles so damn fast. Alaric insists he doesn't need copies, telling Archivist Thorn the matter wasn't important before thanking the old man for his time. He bids the elder farewell, but Thorn is suspicious after watching him flip through thousands of books without taking a single note. Thorn decides to report Alaric's bizarre conduct to the Grandmaster. Meanwhile, back in his room, Alaric wonders how he'll ever memorize those mountains of text. Suddenly, boom, he's pulled into the Celestial Library, left standing there in total, confused shock as reality shifts. Books are everywhere, flying through the air like birds, and he realizes they're the exact same ones he just scanned at the Royal Archive. The books swirl into a massive vortex, and a blinding gold light erupts at the center, forcing him to shield his eyes from the glare. A single manuscript drops right into his hand. Could this really be a combined collection of every secret book he just saw? He flips it open and freezes. It's not just a collection, it's a perfect manual containing only the correct, error-free parts of every technique. But wait, this manual is unlike anything in the original archives. The nightly cultivation methods described inside are entirely legendary and new. The cover is blank. Since this flawless knowledge was handpicked by the heavens, he wonders if he should give it a name himself. The Celestial Divine Art. As soon as he speaks it, the golden title carves itself onto the leather cover instantly. He trains through the night and wakes up stunned. He's leveled up at a pace that should be physically impossible for any human. In just half a night, he jumped from Tier 3 mana to the absolute peak of Tier 5, possessing pure, superior energy. Usually, this kind of explosive growth requires Saint rank or even Divine rank manuals. It's a feat that would shock the entire kingdom. He realizes his unique gift allows him to use these formulas while completely bypassing every dangerous side effect or error found in standard books. This means that with the library's help, he can literally create Saint or Divine-level techniques out of thin air whenever he wants. He recalls the tiers: superior, medium, and inferior mana, and the 5 ranks of arts, from mortal all the way up to divine. Each has subgrades, and it's official. The library confirms his mana is now at the absolute superior rank. Craving a test of his new power, Alaric sneaks out under the moonlight to find the Academy's heavy measuring stone. One strike, one massive blow. The stone rattles and Alaric is floored by the result: 8 units of pure, crushing force. That's the strength of a Tier 6 elite with 4 mana nodes unlocked. This technique has refined his body far beyond human limits. He decides to keep this insane power a secret for now, but then, snap, he hears a noise echoing through the dark courtyard. He spots a shadow creeping toward his quarters. Someone is looking for trouble, and they're headed straight for his room. A masked man draws a blade, growling that he's here to take revenge for what the professor did to the young Lady Isabella. Alaric quickly ditches his uniform so he won't be recognized as the target, but the man spins around and spots him instantly. Thinking fast, Alaric pulls his cloak over his face, claiming he's also an assassin there to eliminate the vile professor in that room. The man is confused, so Alaric flips the script, demanding to know who the stranger is before he takes action. The stranger doesn't introduce himself. Instead, he tells Alaric to go in first while he stands guard outside the door. Alaric acts surprised. "Wait, didn't you come here for the same head I did?" The man shakes his head dismissively. He just wants to maim the professor, specifically, to ensure he can never be rude to the young lady ever again. Alaric shivers, realizing that if he'd been asleep in that bed instead of training, something terrible would have happened. The intruder nudges him again to go first, but Alaric refuses, arguing that if he goes first, the man's revenge won't be completed. He can't believe the insane luck of running into another assassin, targeting his own room on the very same night. The masked man suggests they sneak in together to avoid drawing any suspicion. Alaric agrees, sensing the man is at the peak of Tier 5. The man orders Alaric to suppress his mana and move like a ghost, but Alaric is already using his secret ability to investigate. He summons the library in his mind and pulls up a file on the intruder, a man named Vance. It turns out the assassin is actually the butler of the Highcliffe Duchy, a Tier 6 expert with 8 mana nodes open. Alaric is furious. He hasn't done a thing to deserve this aggression, so he decides rank doesn't matter. This guy needs a lesson. He knows a head-on fight is suicide, so he checks the library for Vance's hidden physical weaknesses right then and there. Bingo! The first one is perfect. His primary life seal is located right on the man's backside. Alaric intentionally makes a sound. Vance freezes, asking what it was. Alaric just brushes it off like it's nothing. Nothing, Alaric says casually, then suddenly points to the sky. Holy hell, look, a dragon. The butler looks up like a fool, and bam, Alaric delivers a precise, crushing kick directly to the man's life seal. Vance hits the dirt, gasping in pain. Alaric knows he can actually win this as long as he keeps exploiting these fatal flaws. Clutching his injury in total shock, the butler groans, asking why Alaric is attacking him after they just made a deal. Julian stood tall, shrouded in shadow as his opponent trembled in fear. He'd just taken down Lord Barnaby, the head butler of House Ashfield, and he was feeling pretty good about it, even with a few fresh wounds. Barnaby was reeling. He couldn't wrap his head around it. If Julian was truly a 5th-tier master, why didn't he use any formal knightly techniques? He called Julian nothing more than a common thug. But as Barnaby struggled to his feet, Julian realized he couldn't let his true identity slip. Not now. Time for a little acting. Julian put on his best arrogant noble voice, pretending to be the infamous Sir Cedric. He claimed Julian had simply annoyed him and needed a quick reality check. He even twisted the knife, telling the butler that if Lady Alara's family had acted sooner, things wouldn't have gotten this messy. Basically, it was the butler's own fault for his terrible timing. With one final, icy glare, Julian ordered the man to get lost. Terrified and confused, Barnaby scrambled away. Julian took a breath. If he hadn't reached this level of power, he'd be dead. Strength. In this kingdom, it's the only thing that matters. The next morning, Julian opened his first official class. He started the roll call, but Lady Alara, the niece of the man he'd just thrashed, was nowhere to be seen. Her classmate, Arthur, mentioned she'd be late, so Julian didn't waste a second. He told them straight up, his teaching style isn't like the boring academies. He focuses on the individual, their specific talents, their hidden potential. He led them to the private training room, calling them in one by one. First up, Isabella. She was shaking like a leaf as she followed him. Why the nerves? Because she'd done her homework and heard the rumors that Julian was a powerless fraud. She was actually planning to quit his class entirely. Inside, Julian didn't lecture. He just held out his hand and told her to strike his palm with everything she had. Isabella hesitated. "Is this really okay?" she asked. Julian just nodded. He needed to see her flow to trigger the archives of truth. She finally threw the punch. She was just about to tell him she was leaving the class when Julian cut her off with a single question. "That leg injury from 2 years ago, it still hurts, doesn't it?" Isabella froze. Her heart nearly stopped. How could he possibly know? Julian explained it simply. A vital mana node in her leg had been sealed shut during a fight, causing her energy to flow backward. She was stunned. A high master had told her the same thing once, but said it was impossible to fix without legendary levels of pure mana. When she asked if he could heal it, Julian acted like it was the easiest thing in the world. Isabella couldn't believe it. She thought she was crippled for life. Julian pulled out a silver needle, telling her to sit down and just breathe. For the first time, Isabella felt a strange sense of trust in this fraud teacher. Then he moved. He used telekinetic acupuncture, a legendary skill only accessible to the elite 5th tier. Isabella's mind raced. How was a supposed hack performing high-level miracles? But the shock didn't stop there. As his mana entered her body, it felt different. It was crystal clear, pure. It was a grade of power unheard of in the kingdom of 𝑯𝒊𝒂𝒍. Suddenly, the heaviness vanished. Her leg felt light, like iron shackles had just been shattered. She was overwhelmed. Tears welling up, she realized the day she'd prayed for had finally arrived. She knelt before him, her gratitude absolute. Julian just told her to head back to class and start practicing. Meanwhile, outside the room, the other students were whispering. Alistair, the white-haired boy, was leading a mini revolt. He was ready to walk out and figured everyone else should too. He was terrified Julian's fake teachings would cause a mana collapse. He even predicted Isabella would come out looking like she'd seen a ghost. Then the door opened. Isabella didn't look miserable, she was beaming. She looked better than she had in years. The group was stunned. Alistair started second-guessing everything. Did the teacher actually help her? Suddenly, Lady Alara arrived, looking apologetic for her lateness. But she wasn't alone. Behind her stood her uncle, his face covered in bandages. Julian didn't miss a beat. He looked right at the man he'd beaten the night before and asked, "Who's the deformed guy?" Barnaby nearly exploded with rage. He demanded to know who Julian thought he was talking to. He claimed he was staying to observe the lesson, but Julian wasn't having it. He told the man his class was for students, not useless people. The butler threatened to attack right then and there. Julian just looked at Alara and told her he couldn't help her as long as her distraction was standing there. Reluctantly, Alara sent her uncle away. Barnaby left fuming, swearing he'd find Julian's weakness and destroy him. With the trash cleared out, Julian called Alistair forward. The boy was skeptical, thinking he'd only stay if the advice was actually good. Alistair offered to show his forms, but Julian stopped him. "Not necessary," he said. Julian then dropped a bombshell. He detailed Alistair's exact progress in the Vanguard strike and the Imperial Dragon's roar, techniques he hadn't even shown yet. Alistair's eyes went wide. The room went silent. How did he know? How could he possibly know his secret training? Reluctantly, the lady dismisses Cedric, who stomps away outside, fuming with rage and warning Julian that he better hope his weaknesses never come to light. Julian then calls for the white-haired boy, Elian. He's skeptical about coming over, but he's dying to hear if Julian actually has any real advice to give. Elian warns him that if the quality of his teaching is trash, he's leaving the class for good. He offers to show his technique, but Julian just waves it off. "No need," Julian tells him. He explains that even at such a young age, the boy has already mastered the secret rising strike and the dragon's breath form. Elian is absolutely stunned. How could this guy know his secret progress without even seeing him throw a single punch? Leo has been secretly training the forbidden Imperial Wyvern strike, hiding it even from his noble house just to gain an edge. Arthur, however, sees right through the act. He explains that he caught the secret because when the boy showed off a simple ascending fist, there were tiny, unmistakable traces of the Wyvern technique in his flow. Absolutely floored, Leo gasps, asking how Arthur could possibly know that from a single move. Arthur ignores the shock and asks if the boy feels a burning pain in his armpit. He also mentions an unbearable itch at his core meridian whenever he trains. The boy turns pale, terrified that his hidden struggle has been laid bare. He stammers, asking how his teacher knows his private symptoms. Arthur explains that the Wyvern strike demands total physical perfection across every single inch of the body. If you're a high-tier knight at the peak of your power, your mana can handle the strain. But for someone at tier 1 with a fragile frame, forcing that level of martial art is essentially a death sentence that slowly tears the body apart from the inside. The damage only gets worse. Leo begins sweating buckets as Arthur drops the final warning. "Keep this up, and the muscles in your arm will be permanently destroyed." He then asks if the boy suffers from violent spasms while he sleeps. That's it. Leo collapses to his knees, begging for his teacher to save him. Arthur keeps it cool, telling him to stop the technique immediately and focus on fixing his broken foundation. He promises to handle the rest of the damage. Leo is stunned. He once hated the idea of Arthur being his master, but now he realizes he's actually the luckiest student in the entire kingdom. As he leaves, his classmates mock him, asking if he finally quit the loser's class. Leo shuts them down instantly, asking what on earth they're talking about. With the life-changing guidance he just received, he declares he'll never leave these lessons. He even asks the others if they aren't ashamed for doubting their teacher. He walks off, leaving the entire group looking confused and totally speechless. Next up is Alara, and she's about to get the shock of her life. Arthur informs her that she possesses a legendary frost-veined constitution. He explains that she isn't actually ill, which is what the other doctors initially thought. Instead, she has exceptionally powerful lunar energy that's currently wild and needs to be properly directed. It's a gift, not a curse. He adds that her choice of the silver willow style, which is cold-based, has only made things worse because of her specific body type. The only real solution is to find a high-level technique capable of unlocking her true potential efficiently. Alara, desperate, asks him which one she should use. Arthur promises to raid the royal library tomorrow to find the perfect fit just for her. She thanks him, feeling more satisfied than she ever has before. Meanwhile, Julian is clutching the sacred ninefold decree and literally starts crying. He thanks Arthur for giving him such an incredible gift. He rushes in for a massive hug, nearly crushing Arthur in his arms. Arthur reflects that his modified version of the formula is actually working. Even though he only tweaked it slightly, the new version is way more effective than the original decree. He also notices Julian's aura is already growing stronger. The boy's power has evolved just from a few minutes of advice. With the whole class gathered, Arthur tells them they must stay dedicated to their path. Suddenly, bam, the door is kicked wide open. A man storms in, shouting Arthur's name at the top of his lungs. It's Victor, Alara's arrogant older brother. He's furious, demanding to know how a lowlife like Arthur dares to coerce his little sister into a class like this. He is absolutely livid. Victor gives Arthur 10 seconds to dismiss Alara from his lessons. He threatens that, teacher or not, Arthur is going to suffer some serious consequences. Unafraid, Arthur tells him he's in the middle of a class and orders Victor to get out. Victor just mocks him, laughing at his low power level. He sneers, asking what a Tier 3 failure could possibly teach, stating that calling him master is nothing more than a polite formality. Then everything changes. A massive, glowing golden tiger phantom appears behind Arthur. Victor freezes in his tracks, his eyes widening in pure shock. He's only ever felt an aura this powerful from his own High Master. He can't believe this pressure is coming from someone supposedly at Tier 3. But he can't back down and ruin his reputation. Victor lunges forward, but Arthur stops the strike with just 2 fingers. 2 fingers. Victor is stunned and completely confused. Even high-ranking elders at Tier 6 couldn't pull off a feat like that with such ease. He desperately concludes it must be pure luck, screaming at Arthur to release his weapon while questioning how a Tier 3 could do this. It doesn't make sense given Arthur's last official test results. Even if he had somehow advanced, the math just doesn't add up. At most, he should be Tier 4, which still wouldn't let him catch a blade with 2 fingers. Arthur doesn't care, he just throws him out. He tosses Victor out of the room like trash. Outside, a voice shouts that someone has died as a bandaged man listens at the door. He assumes Victor is winning, so he peeks inside. But he's startled by what he sees and tries to slam the door shut as Victor comes flying. The force is insane. The door is ripped right off its hinges, sending it flying through the air as Victor crashes into the eavesdropper. The door lands right on the man, pinning him down. Arthur doesn't even look bothered, calmly announcing that the class will now continue. The students are reeling, analyzing the absolute power they just saw. That attack carried the full weight of a Tier 4 martial artist. They're amazed at how easily Victor was handled. They start to suspect that Arthur isn't actually the least skilled teacher at St. Jude's Academy. In fact, they conclude that their master might be a hidden powerhouse who's been masking his true abilities this entire time. Outside, the bandaged guy asks Victor why he didn't beat Arthur up. Victor tries to save face, explaining that his technique just had a backfire. He claims it was an accident caused by his own power. The other man asks if he at least exposed Arthur's true nature to the school. Victor grumbles that he was close, but decided to refrain at the last second. Yeah, right. We all know he just got humbled. Interrupting a lecture? Big mistake. That's a major breach of the Royal Academy's code. The bandaged man, totally mysterious, by the way, suggests they hang back and wait nearby for now. But then, he drops a question. Without a hint of hesitation, he looks right at William and asks if there's a teacher at the academy with B in her name. Turns out, he's looking for Lady Beatrice. He quickly finds out she's the talk of the school, and that both the arrogant Sir Alistair and our boy Arthur have been trying to win her heart. Listening intently, the butler's gears start turning. If there's a feud between these two rivals, that's exactly where the truth is hiding. He needs to find out if they've clashed before. Meanwhile, in another wing of the castle, the atmosphere is tense. Someone demands to know if Arthur really had the nerve to snatch away one of the elite students for his own class. Julian confirms the rumors. He's ready to take this straight to Lord Chancellor Stirling, the man who oversees all academy affairs. This is about to get messy. But Alistair, Stirling's own grandson, is already fuming. No need to bother my grandfather, he snaps. He's been itching to teach Arthur a lesson personally for a long, long time. He's locked in and determined. He decides to handle the official business later, declaring that right now, he only needs to find Arthur and settle the score once and for all. As they march toward the lecture hall, they spot William and that bandaged butler. Alistair stops in his tracks, curious. Why are you here instead of training with your master? William looks frantic. He explains that his sister, Lady Guinevere, was basically tricked into attending Arthur's classes, and he was just trying to bring her home where she belongs. That's all Alistair needed to hear. He concludes that the lady was definitely deceived, and he's more than ready to use this as an excuse to crush Arthur. Then the butler steps forward. He introduces himself as Sebastian, the personal aide to the Duke of Silverpeak. And get this, his lady was apparently coerced into the class too. The plot thickens. Seeing they're all on the same side, Alistair tells them to fall in. Follow me, he says. They're heading straight for the classroom. Inside, it's a totally different world. Arthur is mid-lecture, breaking down the complex 9 echoes technique. His explanation, absolutely flawless, crystal clear, and brilliant. You could hear a pin drop. The students are hanging on his every word, realizing they're learning more in 1 hour than they have in an entire year. Arthur notices their strange expressions and wonders what's up. Their response, Professor, you're actually incredible. But then, bam, the door is kicked wide open. Alistair and his squad march in, looking for a fight. Arthur doesn't even blink, just calmly looks up and wonders what this little circus is all about. Alistair isn't here for pleasantries. With a look of pure disdain, he demands to know how Arthur dares to manipulate and deceive students just to fill his roster. Arthur tries to stay professional. Can we discuss this after the lesson? But Alistair cuts him off mid-sentence. The game's up, Arthur. You aren't fooling anyone anymore. He orders every student to get out, right now. Then he drops the hammer. If Arthur doesn't surrender, he'll be spending the rest of the semester in a wheelchair. Arthur doesn't even flinch. He just points out the obvious. Resorting to violence is a massive violation of the Academy's rules against faculty brawling on the grounds. Alistair just mocks him. Fear of punishment. Please, he's the Chancellor's grandson. He knows for a fact that absolutely no one at this academy is going to stand up for Arthur. The argument heats up. Arthur asks if Alistair is really willing to risk making Lady Beatrice angry with this kind of behavior. The tension in the room is electric. I don't care about that right now, Alistair retorts. He's there for one reason, payback. But suddenly Sebastian's eyes go wide. He recognizes that voice. It was you. Everyone freezes in total shock. Before anyone can even process the accusation, the butler lunges. A sickening crack echoes through the room, and blood sprays into the air. Alistair is reeling, totally bewildered. "What are you doing? Why are you attacking me?" He's screaming that the bandaged man must have lost his mind or made a mistake. But Sebastian is beyond outraged. "I know exactly who you are, you snake." He accuses Alistair of knowing exactly why he's getting this beatdown. Furious about being hit, Alistair warns that Sebastian will pay with his life if he strikes again. Bad move. The butler doesn't hesitate, he attacks even harder. With blood pouring from his nose, the noble Alistair doesn't even have time to draw his sword. He's being absolutely assaulted with a barrage of devastating blows. Julian and William are paralyzed. What is even happening? Meanwhile, Arthur is just standing there, smirking. Everything is unfolding exactly as he predicted. The two observers finally try to break it up, but Sebastian is a man possessed. "I haven't hit this coward nearly enough," he roars, his rage overflowing. Alistair is a total wreck. He's never suffered such a humiliation in his entire life. He vows to fight Sebastian to the death, but he can barely even stand up. Finally, Arthur steps in to restore order. He tells them to take their little feud outside the classroom, or he's reporting the whole mess to the high administration. Clinging to what's left of his pride, a bruised and embarrassed Alistair decides to retreat. He can't let the other teachers see him in this pathetic state. Later, the halls are buzzing. The students can't stop talking about how epic the class was, and the insane fight. Meanwhile, the Duke's daughter asks Sebastian what happened. He starts to explain while Lady Guinevere stops to give Arthur a sincere thank you. But back in the shadows, Alistair is still fuming, his rage burning hotter than ever. "I never touched that butler," he snarls. He's convinced he was set up. He turns to Julian. Did that student really transfer to Arthur's class willingly? Julian is certain. There's no way he did that of his own free will. He must have been coerced or tricked by that fraud. Alistair grins through the pain. "Then we'll use the will comprehension test." It's the harshest punishment allowed by the law, the perfect way to finally destroy Arthur. Elsewhere, in a cold, imposing manor, the mood is dark. A young woman is being ordered to kneel on the hard floor. It's Alara, and she's visibly terrified. Her father is looming over her, pressuring her to admit she made a massive mistake in choosing her path. He demands to know why she would pick the worst teacher at the entire Royal Academy. Alara tries to find her voice, wanting to explain things to her father. She insists that Arthur isn't the failure everyone thinks he is, that he's actually brilliant and talented. Her father listens, but his face is like stone. He doesn't believe a word. Irritated, he declares that the man is a total fraud. He reminds her of the student who suffered a horrific mana collapse under Arthur's expert guidance. Realizing his daughter is stubborn, he lets out a heavy sigh. He won't stop her choice, but he has one final, impossible question for her. A crowd of noble sons corners Lady Beatrice, pressuring her to see reason and ditch the tutor they claim is a total fraud. "Don't be a fool," they warn, trying to convince her that she's being brainwashed by someone with zero talent or standing. They point to Lord Alistair as the gold standard, since he studied under a legendary knight and saw his strength jump by 40%. Beatrice just scoffs, revealing that Julian's guidance gave her a 100% boost and even fully restored her crippled leg. The group erupts in laughter, mocking her claim because even the kingdom's grand healer, Benedict, couldn't fix that injury. They dismiss her words as pure delusion, insisting it's impossible for a low-tier failure like Julian to perform such a miracle. Fuming with rage, Beatrice screams that none of them have the right to judge her master when they've never even seen him teach. After a moment of stunned silence, the boys start howling with laughter, but her father, Lord Sterling, is absolutely livid. He gives her a brutal ultimatum: leave Julian's classes immediately, or she's officially banished from the Sterling estate forever. Without a hint of hesitation, Beatrice walks out the door, determined to prove the truth to everyone who treats her like a liar. Right there in the courtyard, She begins a display of martial prowess that leaves the entire group completely speechless. Watching her strike with lethal power and move on that healed leg with perfect agility, every single doubter is frozen in shock. Confident as ever, Beatrice credits every bit of her growth to Julian's genius, leaving her father looking totally bewildered. Lord Sterling pulls her aside, desperate to know the secrets of these lessons, but Beatrice admits the theory is almost too profound to explain. She can barely find the words, and her father still struggles to believe such deep wisdom could exist for basic knight training. The rest of the elders start whispering in awe, realizing that with lessons like that, their house would be absolutely unstoppable. Suddenly, Sterling flips the script, announcing that his daughter doesn't need to quit Julian's academy after all, far from it. He even swallows his pride, asking Beatrice if there's any chance Sir Julian would accept him as a student. The others are scandalized, a powerful patriarch begging a low-level teacher for lessons. They claim it would disgrace the whole family. Sterling is left blushing in embarrassment, but the elders quickly cut him off, claiming they should be the ones to join instead. Poor Beatrice can only manage a nervous little laugh as the noble elders start fighting over who gets to study with her tutor. Elsewhere, Julian is reflecting on his own foundation, realizing he needs to consume way more knowledge to reach the next level. He approaches the Great Archive, where the grumpy archivist Thorn looks at him with nothing but pure suspicion and disdain. Thorn tries to deny him entry, but eventually relents, warning Julian that any sign of trouble will result in a harsh punishment. Julian offers a quick thanks and heads inside, walking right past the beautiful Lady Seraphina without sparing her a single look. Seraphina is genuinely stunned. Usually, every man in the kingdom is tripping over themselves just to catch her eye. Inside the massive hall, Julian realizes that getting back in here won't be easy, so he needs to make this visit count. He looks at the rows of shelves and decides that if he moves fast enough, he can read every single book in one go. Archivist Thorn hears a weird commotion inside and feels his blood boil, convinced Julian is back to his old, troublesome ways. He rushes over to the shelves to catch him in the act, only to find Julian flipping through books at an insane speed. Thorn creeps closer, trying to see what kind of forbidden knowledge the failure is searching for so desperately. He notices Julian has picked up a complex manual on monocultivation, which really piques the old man's curiosity. But then it hits him. Julian isn't looking for anything specific. He's literally just reading every book he touches. From a distance, Seraphina is watching the whole scene play out, wondering if this is just another stunt to get her attention. She's still pondering his motives, questioning if anyone could actually be that dedicated to studying, or if he's just a show-off. Unable to help herself, she approaches him and asks what he's doing, but Julian doesn't even break his rhythm. He simply says he's reading. Livid, she tells him to leave, insisting she's way too smart to fall for such a pathetic trick. Julian completely ignores her, turning his back to continue his work. Now, Seraphina is actually fuming with pure rage. She confronts him again, demanding to be heard, but Julian just calmly asks if she actually has a problem with him. He tells her quite firmly to stop bothering him. Seraphina is in total shock. No one has ever dared to speak to her like that. Irritated and stubborn, she decides to wait him out, certain that his reading show will fall apart any minute now. She checks her watch and realizes he's been at it for 7 hours straight. This definitely isn't a play for her attention. Finally, Julian closes the last book, having successfully memorized every single page in the entire library. He looks around, surprised to see that Seraphina is still standing there after all this time, looking completely exhausted. Julian moves to exit, but Archivist Thorn blocks his path, declaring that he's officially banned from the library for his behavior. Don't show your face here for the next few days. Arthur is confused, but Lord Mortimer is dead serious about the order. Mortimer is convinced Arthur is faking it. No one reads that fast without taking notes. It is just disrespectful. Arthur realizes the old man is just grumpy about his speed and bows out, ready to head home. But as he leaves the building, Lady Serena follows him out, asking him to wait for just a second. She is playing it cool, suggesting that with his fast reading, he must remember a few things right. She brings up the book on 8 methods of alchemy just to test him, but it is a total trap. In her head, she is already laughing. There is no way this failure can answer her questions correctly. Arthur is losing patience. Just ask everything at once and make it quick so he can leave. She pulls out a complex passage she supposedly struggled with, waiting for him to stumble and fail. Without a second thought, Arthur corrects her phrasing and explains the whole thing perfectly and precisely. Busted, she admits she changed the words on purpose to trick him. Mortimer is watching the whole thing. Mortimer steps in now, throwing a question from the deepest part of the library archives to test him. Arthur thinks it is a joke. It is basic night training. He lists the answer, shelf, and even the page. Mortimer is stunned. That specific question once stumped another high-ranking lord for weeks on end. He grabs Serena, and they rush into the library to see if he is actually telling the truth. They find the book exactly where Arthur said it would be. Shelf 4, Section 3, absolutely spot on. They are speechless. How could he cite an obscure book that quickly? It is like he is a human library. Arthur is done. Unless you have more questions, I am out. But Serena is not letting him go yet. Mortimer is left reeling. Is this really the same man who ranked dead last in the Royal Knight exam? Arthur turns to the girl, tired of the games. What do you want? I need to get some dinner. She says she wants to eat too, but Arthur just shrugs. Then go eat. Why are you telling me? Flustered, Serena clarifies she is inviting him out. And get this, she is actually paying for the whole meal. Arthur accepts, but only if it is a luxury dinner. They start walking toward the high-end restaurant district. Serena notices he has been silent for a while. He is walking, but his mind is somewhere else entirely. She looks closer and sees an aura. Disbelief hits her. It is the second tier of soul clarity. Only the Grand Chancellor has ever hit that level. Her mind is absolutely blown by this discovery. She decides he must have faked his failures for years, just to train his focus in secret. She is furious at the deception. Arthur snaps back to reality, totally unaware of her internal rage. He says he got distracted by the view. To him, hitting a new mental tier is just normal. They finally arrive at the restaurant, and man, the quality here is top-tier luxury for the elite. Arthur is impressed by the vibe, while Serena just stares, wondering when the act will finally drop. Elsewhere, Sir Cedric shows up with the 𝑭𝒊𝒏𝒅𝒆𝒕 in hand, looking to cause some trouble. He tells the teachers that the academy will be evaluating the new student, Leo, the following day. A bruised Sir Alistair listens in. His grandfather is the only one who won't take his orders. Alistair thinks some top-shelf wine, and a good meal might finally make the old man listen to him. A waiter approaches and confirms that the entire feast they ordered has been delivered to their table. The Stormbreaker Griffin in the back is fed and ready, the waiter adds. Alistair just nods along. Cedric is confused. Hamilton Manor is famous for being arrogant. Why are they being so hospitable to them? Alistair explains it is all about connections. The manager is a close friend of his noble grandfather. That is the only reason they are getting this VIP treatment. It is good to be the elite. But then Alistair spots Lady Serena and Arthur walking into the dining hall together as a pair. He is enraged. He has invited her a dozen times and she always said no, but she is here. Cedric stops him from making a scene. Wait, I have got a much better plan to ruin him. At their table, Arthur is finally full. Serena is just mad he ignored her for the chicken. Bill, please. And here comes the moment of truth for the two of them. 1,280 gold coins. Serafina is absolutely floored, her jaw hitting the floor because she'd calculated the total at barely 100. The head waiter doesn't even blink, coldly explaining that a single bottle of the wine they ordered costs a staggering 1,200 gold on its own. Desperate to save face, Serafina argues that the vintage was presented as a gift from the house, clearly trying to hustle her way out of the tab. "You should have asked before drinking," the manager sneers, leaving a humiliated Serafina to admit she's broke and beg to pay another day. The owner isn't having it. No one eats for free in his hall. And just as things get heated, Lord Cedric swoops in like he's looking for a fight. Cedric demands to know what all the shouting is about, and the manager wastes no time exposing the pair as penniless frauds who can't pay. Seizing the chance to look like a hero, Cedric starts grandstanding, accusing Julian of dragging a noble lady like Serafina into such a disgraceful mess. Julian just stands there, looking completely confused as to why this peacock in silk robes is suddenly barking orders at him. To make matters worse, Serafina starts acting disappointed in Julian's behavior, searching for any excuse to escalate the drama further. But here's the twist. It was all a setup. The plan was to serve Julian a drink he couldn't afford so Cedric could rescue the lady. While Serafina tries to bury Julian in shame, she calls Cedric over by name, making him think his little scheme worked perfectly. Except there's one problem. Serafina is actually fuming at how messy things got, and Cedric is starting to realize he might have overplayed his hand. Before Cedric can even stutter an apology, Julian cuts him off with the cold truth. He didn't invite Serafina, she was the one who dragged him here. Cedric's brain practically short-circuits at the revelation, his hero moment crumbling into a confusing heap of lies and social suicide. Sweating bullets under Serafina's icy glare, Cedric is backed into a corner when Julian suggests he prove his nobility by settling the tab. "I'll handle the entire bill," Cedric declares, desperate to buy back some favor with his family's gold and a fake show of confidence. Disgusted, Serafina shuts him down instantly. She's no charity case and insists on paying for exactly what she consumed herself. She slams a royal sapphire pendant worth 5,000 gold onto the table as collateral, promising the owner she'll be back for it once she has the cash. Cedric is left standing there like an absolute idiot, totally blindsided by her pride, and the fact that his plan backfired so spectacularly. But Julian isn't done. He warned Serafina not to leave something so priceless for a meal that wasn't worth a single copper. Julian doubles down, calling the whole place a scam, which sends the manager into a blind rage as he screams about his honest business. Hidden in the back, Cedric's cronies are laughing their heads off, convinced that Julian has finally dug his own grave with the Merchant Guild. Even Serafina is worried now. Insulting a powerful establishment like this usually ends with a trip to the royal dungeons. Unfazed, Julian drops the formalities and starts dissecting the food, listing every single corner the kitchen cut with surgical precision. He starts naming the missing spices and substituted ingredients, and suddenly, the growing crowd of nobles starts paying very close attention. As the word fraud starts echoing through the hall, the manager panics. He didn't think a single soul knew about his secret recipe changes. Backed into a corner, he tries to claim everything is exactly as advertised, but Julian just smirks and grabs the bottle of high-priced liquor. Everyone watches in total shock as Julian flips the bottle and pours the 1,200 gold, liquid, right onto the dirty floor. The room gasps. They're watching a fortune drain into the cracks of the floorboards, wondering if Julian has finally lost his mind. "If this was truly the elixir of the high heavens, it would smell like roses," Julian says calmly. "But this is trash." He strikes a spark and ignites the puddle, causing a flash of green flames and a putrid, choking stench that fills the entire restaurant. The secret is out. It's not a legendary vintage, just cheap, bottom-shelf bog water disguised with a fancy label and a high-price tag. The crowd explodes. Angry nobles are screaming for refunds and calling for the guards to arrest the owner for blatant fraud. The manager's world is crashing down. His head is spinning as he tries to figure out how a simple lunch turned into his execution. Even Cedric is baffled by the chaos, but when he tries to ask what happened, the manager finally snaps at him. "Get out!" the manager bellows, turning his boiling rage toward the idiots who brought this disaster through his front doors. He screams that they're banned for life, ordering Cedric and his goons to vanish before he loses what's left of his sanity. Julian just shrugs, smugly noting that since the meal was a lie, he doesn't owe a cent, and gestures for Seraphina to follow him out. Walking out, Seraphina can't help but wonder, how did Julian know exactly what was wrong with every single dish on the table? Julian, meanwhile, is just impressed that his secret archive of truth works just as well for uncovering fake wine as it does for ancient magic. Once they're outside, Seraphina catches up to him, offering a genuine thank you for saving her from that massive social disaster. She jokes that since Julian settled the bill with his wits, the next round of drinks is definitely on her tab. Grateful but wary, Julian politely declines, knowing that one more date with her will probably involve even more annoying nobles and traps. Seraphina huffs, feeling like she's practically begging for his time, before the two of them finally part ways for the evening. But Julian doesn't get far before a familiar, angry voice shouts his name. Cedric is back, and he is absolutely looking for blood. Silas is fuming. He tells Seraphina to step aside, eyes locked onto Arthur as he demands a duel right then and there. "Always hiding behind a woman's skirts, are we?" Silas sneers. Arthur just shrugs, calling it a survival skill before suggesting Silas find a lady to protect him too. That low blow hits Silas where it hurts. He grits his teeth, realizing Arthur doesn't care about honor or behaving like a proper nobleman. Arthur is completely unfazed. He tells Seraphina to handle these two clowns because, honestly, he's got much more important things to do. Silas snaps. He orders Arthur to halt, warning him that he's a dead man if he takes another step, and he's not joking. "Kill him," Silas screams, summoning the sky-shattering lion. The beast erupts into existence, letting out a roar that rattles the very windows of the academy. Silas promises the beast a feast every single day if it just tears Arthur apart. Seraphina panics, screaming that murdering a fellow student is a hanging offense. Silas doesn't care. He claims Arthur forced his hand and he'll just call it self-defense later. "Finish him," he yells again. The lion doesn't hesitate. It lunges, a blur of fur and claws charging straight for Arthur. Seraphina tries to jump in, but Silas's lackey, Cedric, holds her back. They all watch as the massive predator barrels toward our hero. Seraphina is shaking, blaming herself for dragging Arthur into this mess. Silas watches the dust settle. Arthur isn't moving. "Dead," Silas scoffs. "The arrogant little teacher is finally out of my way." He walks over to a sobbing Seraphina on the ground. "Give it up," he tells her. "It's too late to save a corpse." But then Cedric screams. He's pointing ahead, his face pale as a ghost, trembling so hard he can barely stand. Silas looks over and lets out a blood-curdling shriek. Arthur is standing right there, and the lion, it's sitting at his feet like a loyal hound. Nobody can believe their eyes. How is this possible? The legendary, bloodthirsty beast has turned into a giant, purring kitten. Silas is losing his mind. He screams at the beast to attack again, trying to bribe it with more food, but the lion doesn't even blink. It's Arthur's show now. He gives a simple command, "Silence your former master," and the lion, it's happy to oblige. The beast charges Silas with terrifying speed. One massive paw swipe later, and Silas is sent flying through the air like a rag doll. Cedric is absolutely terrified. The blonde-haired coward runs after his friend, screaming Silas's name and praying he's still breathing. Silas is a mess, sobbing and wondering how his grandfather's legendary war beast could betray him like this. Back with Arthur, he's just casually petting the apex predator. Seraphina walks up, stunned. How did you tame that thing?" Arthur just grins. He tells her the lion was easy to talk to, then jokes that maybe it's just because he's so much better looking than Silas. Seraphina rolls her eyes. In her head, she's thinking Arthur is delusional, but she knows that lion is usually a heartless killer. Arthur just waves goodbye and tells the beast to scram. In his thoughts, Arthur is impressed. He didn't think the archive of eternal truth would be so good at spotting a wild beast's hidden weaknesses. But Seraphina isn't letting him go. She blocks his path again, demanding to know the real secret behind the lion's sudden loyalty. Arthur is exhausted. He tells her to stop pestering him, which makes her blow up. "You're the most rude, insufferable man I've ever met," she yells. Arthur offers a half-hearted apology and asks if he can finally go. She huffs, agreeing to let him leave, but promises they'll be talking tomorrow. Meanwhile, things are getting heated at the local tavern. Walter, the manager, is being grilled by Lord Haddington for messing with the secret recipes. Walter drops to his knees, begging for mercy. He blames Arthur for everything, claiming the teacher publicly ruined the restaurant's good name. Lord Haddington is disgusted. "Shameful," he mutters. He gives Walter exactly 5 days to fix this disaster or face the consequences. The Lord is curious, though. He wants to know who had the guts to challenge him. Walter explains it's the teacher who came in dead last in the Night Scholar trials. Lord Haddington snaps a glass in his hand. He can't believe a useless nobody managed to trash his reputation in a single afternoon. Later that evening, Arthur is reflecting on his day. All he wanted was a decent meal, but now he has to focus on reaching the celestial tier of power. But there's a catch. Researching those high-level techniques usually requires the Academy Elder's permission, and Arthur isn't exactly their favorite person. If he asks for help, they'll probably treat him like a lab rat. He decides his best bet is to just buy some ancient technique books himself. He heads down to the Sterling markets. The place is packed and bustling, though Arthur has zero memories of ever visiting a place this lively before. It makes sense. In his past life, a guy like him wouldn't have had 2 sovereigns to rub together, let alone shop here. He spots some glowing stones and taps into the archive of eternal truth, scanning the stalls for anything that actually has real value. A vendor notices him looking and swoops in like a hawk, showing off a repeating bell that's supposed to be legendary. Arthur plays along, acting excited when the bell rings. The vendor tries to pivot, asking for 20 sovereigns for the relic. Arthur checks the archive. Big surprise, it's a total fake, a cheap knockoff made by a bottom-tier artisan. He moves on. Next, he spots the frozen sun herb. The vendor claims he's the only one in the entire kingdom who has the real stuff. He shows off 2 boxes, 5 stalks each, and sets the price at a whopping 100 sovereigns per stalk. Arthur asks to inspect them. He uses the archive to verify the man's claims, and surprisingly, the guy is telling the truth, mostly. It really is frozen sun herb. But as Arthur looks closer, he notices one specific stalk has a very interesting problem. Julian looked at the shriveled herbs, instantly knowing they were harvested by a complete amateur. The vendor, a rough-looking man, started getting defensive, swearing up and down that it wasn't his fault. He claimed the stock arrived like that from the harvesters, and desperate to move the junk, he offered Julian a deal, half price just to get it off his hands. But Julian wasn't looking at the trash. His eyes were locked on a rare celestial root hidden in the pile, a herb worth a fortune for its raw potency. He pointed to the root and told the man to pack it up. The vendor's eyes lit up as he barked out a price, 50 gold coins. Julian checked his pouch and realized he was dead broke. Awkwardly, Julian cleared his throat and offered a measly 8 gold coins. The vendor went absolutely ballistic, screaming that he'd risked his life in the wilds to get that stock. Julian didn't flinch. He apologized for the lowball offer, but asked one more time if the man would reconsider. The vendor, still fuming, declared the herb was worth 40 gold minimum. Remaining cool as ice, Julian insisted he wanted it but just didn't have the coin, promising he wasn't there to cause a scene. The situation was getting ridiculous. The vendor laughed in his face, calling Julian a complete idiot for trying to shop with empty pockets. "Impossible," the man shouted. He even made a bold promise. He'd kneel down right there if Julian could actually prove he was worth the trouble. Julian just shrugged. "If you don't believe me, let's just shake on it," he suggested. But as he reached out, it became clear this vendor wasn't just a merchant. He was a rank 3 martial knight. The merchant lunged, grabbing Julian's arm with a vice-like grip, demanding to know how a brat dared to mock him. Julian didn't even blink. He just asked, "Are you from the Northern Highlands?" The man froze. Stunned, he wondered how this kid could possibly know that. Julian didn't stop there, demonstrating his terrifyingly accurate insight. He detailed the man's recent struggle in the Blackwood Forest, and even mentioned the exact moment he was bitten by a lethal shadow viper. Julian laid out every single symptom, leaving the merchant trembling in shock. "If I'm wrong," Julian challenged, "I'll walk away right now." Desperate and terrified for his life, the vendor begged Julian to wait. He needed the cure for the viper's venom, and he needed it now. He offered every single medicinal herb he owned just for a chance at survival. Julian explained the grim reality. The venom was irreversible by normal means. There was only one way out. He had to consume the gallbladder of a live, frost-bitten adder. Fortunately, the vendor actually had one of the creatures in his stash. Without wasting a second, the man sliced the snake open, swallowed the gallbladder, and felt the life-saving warmth spread through his veins. It actually worked. Falling to his knees in pure gratitude, the vendor thanked Julian over and over, handing over all the rare frost-sun herbs for absolutely nothing. Julian just chuckled to himself. He knew exactly how this would play out, getting everything he needed without spending a single copper. The vendor apologized profusely, realizing he had been dealing with someone truly incredible. But then, the atmosphere shifted as a massive crowd started gathered nearby. Lord Alaric, the most famous appraiser in the kingdom, had arrived, and people were practically tripping over themselves just to get a glimpse of him. Julian watched the commotion, knowing appraisers were the elite professionals of the treasure world. But with his forbidden archive, he didn't need their help at all. He asked the merchant to set his herbs aside for later and watched as Alaric announced he would only evaluate 5 treasures today, urging the frantic crowd to stay calm. While Alaric acted like a superstar, Julian started quietly identifying items for the villagers for free, just to keep things moving. Moved by the crowd's desperate energy, Alaric generously agreed to check 5 more items, bringing the total to 10. People started throwing money at him, begging for a turn. Alaric acted offended, claiming he was there out of pure goodwill and had zero interest in gold. He even scolded them, warning everyone never to mention money in his presence again. Before starting his work, he cautioned the crowd that true treasures were rare, but he'd guide them toward greatness. An old man was the first one chosen. Alaric began chanting, claiming to use ancient high magic to find the perfect artifact. He pointed to a dusty vase, claiming it was a priceless relic from the old empire. The old man, trusting the master completely, rushed to buy the item. But as Julian watched the scene unfold, his eyes narrowed. He saw right through the lie. The vase wasn't ancient. It was a cheap knockoff made by a low-level apprentice from the Southern Isles. At first, Julian thought it might be an honest mistake. But then, his vision blurred, and he was pulled into the forbidden archive. A book slammed open before him, revealing the ugly truth. Lord Alaric was a total fraud and a career con artist. Julian felt a surge of pure frustration. This master was a professional scammer, bleeding these poor, hopeful people dry. Just as he was thinking about how many lives this man had ruined, Alaric did something unexpected. He pointed a finger straight at Julian. Stunned, Julian realized he had been chosen for the final slot. He immediately shot it down, telling the man he didn't need any assistance. The crowd gasped at Julian's defiance, but Alaric wouldn't take no for an answer, insisting that Julian was clearly just too shy to ask for his help. The fraud pressed on, promising he would help Julian find a fortune and even offering his protection. It was honestly getting nauseating. Fed up with the man's massive ego, Julian tried to turn away, but Alaric was already playing the crowd, telling them not to look away from the miracle about to happen. He pulled out a strange item, insisting Julian buy it immediately. He claimed this single object would bring him more wealth than he could ever imagine. Suddenly, Baron Silas cuts in, insisting that Julian needs his expert guidance. The crowd can't believe Julian is actually standing up to the noble's pressure. Silas won't take no for an answer, promising Julian a massive fortune and acting like he knows exactly what's going on in the boy's head. The fraud puts on a show, offering protection and a chance at a legendary treasure, acting like the most generous appraiser in the kingdom. Julian is beyond tired of this narcissist's voice. Meanwhile, Silas rants to the crowd, telling them not to covet the treasure he's about to bestow. He targets Julian specifically, presenting a weird item and insisting he buy it, claiming it's the key to becoming the richest man in the realm. 30,000 gold coins. The price tag drops, and the entire hall goes dead silent. Everyone is absolutely floored by how expensive this supposed legendary treasure actually is. But Julian is not having it. He shouts out that he's not some fool to be played, calling the whole situation absolute nonsense. He makes it crystal clear he has no intention of buying a single thing. The crowd is losing it, unable to believe some random guy has the guts to talk back to a master appraiser like that. The sheer disrespect has everyone's jaws on the floor. Confused by the sudden outburst, Alaric assumes there has been some tiny misunderstanding. But Julian shuts that down fast, stating that Alaric knows exactly what he's talking about. Julian goes straight for the throat, calling Alaric a total fraud right to his face. Deeply offended, the appraiser starts posturing, bragging about his 30 years of experience evaluating treasures for the elite. He claims he has helped countless people make a fortune in his time. Nearby spectators actually start taking Alaric's side, defending the master and claiming he's a pillar of the community. Trying to save face, Alaric says he'll forgive Julian if, and only if, he offers a public apology for those remarks. But Julian isn't backing down an inch. To prove his accusations, Julian suggests a simple test: polish the purchased treasures right now. He knows that once the grime is gone, the fraudulent nature of these items will be revealed. Suddenly, Alaric starts sweating and makes a weak excuse. He claims the pieces are way too large and that polishing them would take way too much time. Julian catches the vibe immediately. He realizes Alaric already had a backup plan ready to go just in case he was ever exposed. The man is a professional liar. Then, someone from the crowd shouts out a challenge. If Julian is so confident that the master is a scammer, why doesn't he evaluate a treasure himself? Alaric loves the idea. He offers Julian a chance to evaluate a piece and prove his worth, potentially increasing its value right there on the spot. No hesitation at all, Julian accepts the challenge. He agrees to evaluate a treasure, ready to play the game for keeps. Before he starts, Julian asks for a favor. Let him pick the treasure first and pay only after the polishing is done. But nope, request denied. Alaric insists on payment up front, explaining that those are the strict rules of the shop. He adds a spicy condition. If the treasure's value goes up, Julian pays the difference. But if it turns out to be worthless junk, Julian has to bow and apologize. Julian calmly agrees to the terms and begins selecting a piece from the pile. While searching, Julian thinks about how shameless Alaric is for deceiving these people. He notes that Alaric is basically begging for a public humiliation. Quickly, Julian selects a rough piece and demands it be polished in front of everyone. The polisher is momentarily stunned by the audacity of the choice. But Alaric gives the order to proceed as agreed. He's confident this kid is just picking a random rock. The polisher considers ways to make Julian look like a complete idiot during the process. Meanwhile, Alaric is grinning, believing Julian is just a naive fool. He thinks all these so-called treasures are just random stones from the garden. But then, the polishing is complete, and the room goes silent. A rare mana crystal stone emerges from the grime. Everyone is stunned, realizing it's an invaluable gem used for crafting spectral tier weapons for legendary knights. Even the polisher is shaking from the stone's true value. The crowd starts speculating, doing the math on what this thing is actually worth. They conclude that because of its size, it must be worth at least 100,000 gold crowns. Alaric is turning pale, dismissing the whole thing as mere luck. He claims he has urgent matters to attend to and tries to make a break for it. But Julian stops him. He's got one more question for the master. Irritated, Alaric asks what it is. Julian calls over an elderly man who had purchased an expensive treasure earlier in the day. The man approaches, and Julian explains that the piece he bought is worthless junk made by a level 1 craftsman from the southern duchy. The man is shocked. He protests, saying it was Alaric himself who selected it for him. To prove his point, Julian tells the man to squeeze the vase's neck. "If it's genuine, it won't break," Julian states, "but if it's a fake, it'll crumble." Following the instructions, the man presses down hard. The vase cracks and shatters instantly. The poor old guy is devastated, unable to believe his eyes. The crowd finally sees the junk for what it really is. Julian tells the man to demand an explanation from Alaric. Then, he proceeds to explain to the whole crowd exactly how Alaric's scheme works. He breaks down how the scammer deceives people with these clever fakes. With the scam exposed, the crowd goes from curious to absolutely furious. They're ready to tear Alaric apart for tricking them. Desperate, Alaric claims even the best experts make mistakes and begs them not to believe Julian. Another man throws down the stones he just purchased, only to find out they too are worthless. It's a domino effect of realization. Others follow suit, realizing all their items are total fakes. Trying to calm the mob, Alaric asks to speak with them reasonably. But the crowd isn't having it. They argue he had no intention of talking when he was lying to them. They assault Alaric, while Julian feels relieved to have brought justice. Later, Julian arrives at a bookstore called the Gilded Tome. He observes the shop for a second before heading inside to look for some serious manuals. He's hunting for elite combat and martial arts books. An attendant walks up and asks if he's there to buy or just browse. Julian asks if they have any books for master-rank martial artists, but the woman looks at him like he's telling a bad joke. She explains that those kinds of books are incredibly valuable and aren't sold in a small business like this. Julian understands the situation, but asks for suggestions on where he might find them. The woman considers how she might help him out. She mentions that some elite knights might have these books at home. She says she knows a man who owns such works. But she warns him, the guy has a reputation for being incredibly grumpy. Unbothered, Julian asks where the man lives. The woman says she's actually headed there now and tells Julian he can tag along. On the way, they chat about her recommendation. Turns out he's a legendary scholar and a former teacher at the Royal Academy. She warns Julian one last time that Lord Lucan absolutely despises visitors. Alina whispers some quick advice, warning Julian to keep his mouth shut if he wants any hope of seeing those ancient manuscripts. She's not looking for a scene, so she tells him to handle the book request himself. They keep moving through the grand estate, with Alina frantically explaining exactly how to behave when they're finally in the presence of the legendary scholar. They reach a massive manor, and Julian asks if this is really where the king's high tutor lives. Suddenly, a rider on a white horse trots toward them. The noble atop the horse smirks, commenting on what a strange coincidence it is to run into them here. Alina looks like she wants to disappear. She quickly clarifies her name is Lady Alina and insists she isn't even that close to the rider. The man just laughs it off. "Come on, I can be casual with you," he sneers. "Our families have been allies for generations." Then he asks if she's here to see the master. He hops off his horse, eyes narrowing at Julian. "Who's this peasant you're with? Why would you bring a total stranger into a house like this?" Alina snaps right back, telling him to mind his own business. The two start bickering immediately about whether it's proper to go walking around with outsiders. Julian's had enough of the drama. He cuts in, telling the noble that his identity is absolutely none of his concern. Alina nearly chokes. "Do you even know who he is?" she hisses, terrified. She explains that this is Lord Byron, the only son of Chancellor Stirling, the highest official in the Kingdom of Wessex. Julian doesn't even blink. "Who?" Alina is spiraling now. She realizes Julian's total ignorance is going to land them both in a dungeon if he keeps talking. Before things get physical, the massive front doors swing open. A man named Arthur greets them and brings the whole group inside. Byron tags along, claiming he's there for Master Alistair's guidance. Arthur just nods and leads them toward the drawing room. As they walk through the grand halls, Julian looks around and mutters that the courtyard is arranged like a perfect landscape portrait. Everyone stops dead. Alina looks at him like he's grown a second head, asking Julian if he actually knows the first thing about fine art. Arthur, however, is impressed. He confirms Julian is spot on, explaining that Master Alistair designed the entire house to feel like a living painting. They reach a private room and are told to wait. Alina leans in, whispering to Julian, asking if he actually knows how to paint. Julian just shrugs. I just felt the layout had the soul of a masterpiece. Byron scoffs, calling Julian a pathetic, lying pretender. He warns Alina not to listen to a word this fraud says. The two start shouting again, Alina defending her friend, and Byron insisting he's a fake. Julian is just irritated at this point. He only came here for some books, and now he's stuck in the middle of a rich kid's tantrum. Suddenly, Master Alistair enters the room. The argument stops, instantly. Everyone bows as the old master looks around. Which one of you, Alistair asks, said my courtyard looks like a painting? Byron tries to jump into the spotlight, suggesting the master shouldn't take a peasant like Julian's words seriously. Alistair just shuts him down. Silence, Byron. He turns to Julian, glad someone appreciated the decor, and asks for help judging a new piece. He hands a scroll to Julian. Alina whispers a warning, this is a test. If he passes, he can borrow every book in the library. Julian sighs to himself. If he'd known that one little comment would lead to all this, he never would have opened his mouth. Alistair raises an eyebrow. Is there a problem? Julian takes a breath, steps forward, and accepts the challenge. He touches the canvas, and a vision flashes through his mind. He looks the master in the eye. You really want my honest opinion? Julian doesn't sugarcoat it. One word, trash. The entire room goes dead silent. Arthur is horrified. Master Alistair painted that himself. Alina looks like she's about to faint from pure embarrassment. Byron is loving every second of this, mocking Julian's stupidity, but the master just calls for order. Julian offers a quick apology, but Alistair is surprisingly calm. He says the artist doesn't matter. He wants to know the real flaws. Julian doubles down. A street painter could do better than this, but then he adds that if they look closer, they'll be shocked. Alistair leans in, intrigued. Closer, what exactly do you mean by that? Without a word, Julian pulls a sharp dagger from his pocket. I'll show you, if you don't mind a little. Artistic surgery. Byron tries to tackle him, screaming that the painting is too valuable to ruin. Julian ignores him and slices the canvas right in half. Everyone watches in shock as Julian reveals the truth. The top layer was a fake. The real masterpiece was printed on the scroll hidden beneath it. Master Alistair bursts out laughing. He can't believe it. He'd never shown that hidden layer technique to anyone in his life. Realizing Julian is a true prodigy, Alistair pulls out another painting. All right then, evaluate this one for me. Julian looks at it. It looks good, but the composition is broken. He points out that the beast in the painting is all wrong. You've never actually seen this animal, have you, master? Julian asks. It's all just imagination. Alistair is completely stunned. It's the truth. He'd never seen the beast in person. He can't wrap his head around how Julian knew just by looking at the ink. Alina stands there speechless. The most legendary scholar in the kingdom is actually seeking advice from a teenager. Julian goes into detail, explaining the anatomy and the balance of the piece. Alistair starts applauding, totally agreeing with every point. The master turns to Alina with a huge smile. Alina, it's time you properly introduce me to your brilliant companion. That's when the realization hits. Lady Alara doesn't even know Julian's name. Lord Alaric is absolutely floored by this. Completely stunned, he declares right then and there that Julian is to be treated as a superior and addressed only as a master. Lord Cedric, the master's own son, finds the whole thing a total joke. Treat a kid who hasn't even hit 20 as a senior. He can barely keep a straight face at how ridiculous his father is being. Lord Alaric snaps. He demands absolute silence, ordering everyone in the room to show Julian the respect he's earned. Julian, feeling pretty awkward about the whole scene, tries to explain that he just got lucky with those paintings. He doesn't think he's a master at all. He keeps insisting he doesn't deserve the title, but Alaric isn't having it. The Lord is convinced only someone with deep, profound knowledge could have spotted those details. There's no way it was just a fluke. Alaric doubles down, telling Julian that they're basically equals in wisdom. Then, he turns to the rest of the room with a look that says he's dead serious. From now on, everyone else is a junior. If Julian needs to set them straight or give them a verbal lashing for misbehaving, they'd better sit there and take it. Cedric and Alara are fuming. The guy is their age, for heaven's sake. Finally, the Lord gets down to business. He asks Julian what brought him to the manor today and how he can return the favor for his help. Julian doesn't waste time. He's heard about the manor's legendary collection and wants to borrow some manuals on 6th-tier night cultivation techniques. He needs the good stuff to keep growing. Alaric beams. He's got books for days and would be honored to let Julian into his private study. The steward, Thorn, tries to chime in and object, but the Lord shuts that down fast. The master insists it's actually an honor for him to show off his collection to someone like Julian. With that, the two of them head straight for the private library. Once they're inside, Alaric points out exactly where the high-level night manuals are kept. Julian doesn't hesitate. He hits the shelves and starts reading, but he's moving at an insane speed. Alaric starts to sweat. He sees Julian flipping pages so fast and worries the young man hates what he's seeing. Julian looks up, spots another section, and Alaric explains those belong to his son. His son was obsessed with raw, brute strength. He spent a fortune collecting secret manuals focused on pure power and brought the most interesting ones here to his father's collection. Julian asks to take a peek, and the Lord nods. But then it happens again. Julian starts leafing through the pages like a whirlwind. Alaric is just standing there, stunned. He's convinced Julian finds the material worthless. He's watching Julian blaze through volume after volume, thinking the kid is disappointed. Little does he know, after scanning hundreds of pages, Julian's eyes suddenly light up. He found it, the perfect method. He's practically celebrating. He finally discovered the exact cultivation path he needed. Gripping the book tight, Julian settles in to read this one properly, absorbing every single word. The text goes deep into the secrets of vital essence. Julian keeps reading, his mind racing as he connects the dots between what's on the page and what he's already mastered. Even with all the power he already possesses, Julian is blown away. Everything is perfectly organized and compiled by the celestial archive within his mind. It's flawless. He officially names the technique the golden Aegis of the archive. Right there in the study, he resolves to master these teachings with everything he's got. As he focuses, something incredible happens. A faint golden light begins to pulse from his skin. Without even realizing it, Julian has already completed the cultivation of the golden Aegis. Lord Alaric is watching from the side, totally confused by the weird energy Julian is giving off. He reaches out to touch Julian's shoulder, calling his name to see if he's all right. The second his hand makes contact, boom, a massive wave of force erupts. Alaric is sent flying across the room like he was shot out of a cannon, crashing into the far wall. Julian snaps out of it and panics. "Lord Alaric!" he screams, rushing over. The old man staggers to his feet, waving him off and saying he's fine, just a bit rattled. Julian reaches out to help him up, but the moment he touches the Lord again, wham! Alaric is slammed back into the floor with even more violence than before. Julian's first thought? Oh no, he's trying to frame me for assault. He tries to step closer to explain, but Alaric scrambles back, shouting for him to stay exactly where he is. The Lord slowly picks himself up off the floor, his eyes wide with shock. He asks the million-dollar question, Did you just have a breakthrough?" Julian looks a bit sheepish. He admits he made some progress, but honestly, even he didn't realize the power jump was going to be this massive. Alaric is just standing there, brain stalling. He's trying to wrap his head around how anyone could get this strong in such a short amount of time. Since he can't find an answer, he invites Julian back to the sitting room. Meanwhile, Alara and Cedric are still hanging out, passing the time. Cedric leans over and asks if Julian has actually reached the peak of the Iron Peak realm yet. Alara shrugs. She only knew him as a client, so his power level was a mystery to her. But she admits Cedric might be right. Cedric, smelling blood in the water, decides he's going to challenge the kid to a duel. He's looking for a fight. Just then, Lord Alaric limps into the room, covered in fresh bruises. The two younger ones jump up, asking what on earth happened to him. The Lord brushes it off, insisting he's perfectly fine despite looking like he went 10 rounds with a bear. He barks an order to Thorn to bring out the strength-testing pillar immediately. Cedric struts up to Julian, asking point-blank if he's really at the peak of the 5th rank. Julian doesn't blink. "Yeah, I am," he says, totally calm. That's all Cedric needed to hear. He throws down the gauntlet and proposes a duel right then and there. The master watches them, realizing they're technically at the same level on paper. He decides a fight is actually the perfect way to see exactly what Julian is capable of. Alara is not happy. She protests, saying it's disrespectful to brawl in the master's house. But Alaric just waves a hand. As long as they don't tear the roof down, he's fine with it. The two square up, the tension in the room reaching a breaking point. Cedric smirked, telling Julian to instruct him properly. Then, he lunges forward with a massive, heavy punch. Julian decides it's time to test his new cultivation. He steps into the strike, meeting Cedric's fist with his own. But the moment they connect, Julian realizes something. His opponent is way too weak for a 5th rank. Cedric is launched backward like a projectile. He flies across the room and smashes into the wall with a sickening thud. Alara's jaw hits the floor. She can't believe Julian's raw strength. Julian walks over, asking if Cedric is still in one piece. Even though he's clearly hurting, Cedric's pride won't let him admit it. "I'm fine," he grunts, though nobody in the room believes a word of it. Julian breathes a sigh of relief. "Oh, good," he says. "In that case, I'll actually use my full strength this time." Cedric's eyes go wide. "Wait, stop, I give up." Defeated and terrified, Cedric calls for the fight to end immediately. Julian is actually pretty annoyed. The guy started the fight, and now he's running away before it even gets good. Just then, Thorn arrives lugging the strength-measuring stone. He stops dead in his tracks, staring at the Lord's son slumped against the wall in a heap. Lord Alaric steps in, calling an end to the chaos. He tells Cedric to go rest while they focus on the real task, testing Julian's actual power on the stone. Julian walks up to the pillar, remembering his results from the day before. Back then, he only hit a score of 400. Let's see what happens now. Julian sighs at the test, but Master Lawrence won't budge. Reluctantly, the young knight readies his strike. He hits the stone at half power, boom, 4 warhammers of force. The crowd, absolutely losing their minds right now. Alara urges him to double-check the stone, but Julian just scoffs. Why make a scene over nothing, right? Then he sees it, 40 warhammers. Julian freezes, claiming the stone has to be malfunctioning. There's just no way. "It's no mistake," Lawrence assures him. "That sudden jump in power, it's all thanks to his recent breakthrough." The master explains everything, recalling the sheer, terrifying strength Julian unleashed during that brutal duel with Sir Baldwin. Alara and the young lord are floored, and honestly, Julian's just as confused by all this crazy new info. Lawrence asks if he's unlocked 46 mana gates. Julian hesitates, looking lost. He's not even sure himself. He explains that his magic training has stalled, but his physical power, it's been spiking like crazy lately. The elder wonders, did he eat any strange red fruit? Julian remembers a weird snack from the market earlier. That was no snack. It was a blood-crest ruby fruit, a legend for boosting a knight's strength to god tier. Feeling like a total idiot, Julian admits he only guessed about the fruit. He didn't think it actually existed. They move the chat inside. Lawrence asks about his home, and Julian reveals he's an instructor at 𝑬𝒊𝒏𝒅𝒏. Lawrence just laughs. That explains the raw power. 𝑬𝒊𝒏𝒅𝒏 instructors are built different, and Julian is living proof. He tells Alara and Baron to take notes. They need Julian's level of discipline if they want to survive. Alara takes it in stride, but Baron is fuming at the comparison. Julian just apologizes and plans his exit. Lawrence offers to pull some strings with the High Archive so Julian can access Tier 6 combat manuals. Julian thanks him and heads out, feeling good. This trip, totally worth it for that massive power boost. Walking home, he senses something off. Someone's trailing him. He glances back and yep, he's got company. It's Morgan and his thugs, absolutely livid because Julian ruined their little scam. Morgan wants blood today. Julian just casually picks his nose. "Is that the best you've got?" he asks, making Morgan even more furious. Morgan screams that he's going to end him. Julian? He couldn't care less. He's not going down that easily. Julian mutters about being reborn and not staying silent. Morgan's had enough and orders his big man, Garrick, forward. This mountain of a man asks for Julian's final words. The crowd is convinced Julian's about to be crushed. Garrick lunges, promising one punch will finish it, but Julian catches his arm midair. The giant starts screaming. Time to let loose. Julian channels every bit of his new strength into one massive, earth-shaking counterpunch. Garrick goes flying like a rag doll. Morgan and his men are standing there, jaws dropped, completely frozen in shock. They aren't done yet. A Grandmaster rank fighter steps forward, claiming his magic is way above Julian's knight rank. Julian stays calm, sizing up the new threat while Morgan keeps barking orders like the coward he is. The fight kicks off with the Falcon's Descent technique. Nearby townspeople huddle around to watch the spectacle unfold. Morgan is grinning, sure his man will win. But Julian, he's actually excited to test himself against a Grandmaster. A heavy blow connects. Suddenly, the Grandmaster is wheezing, his face turning a nasty shade of purple. He can't even finish his move. Seeing his best man down, Morgan panics and orders everyone to swarm Julian. Two thugs charge. Julian just laughs, asking why they're the only ones brave enough to step up. They realize Morgan isn't following. He's actually running away. The crowd starts jeering at the pathetic old coward. Julian wipes the floor with the two attackers in one smooth motion. Meanwhile, Morgan is sprinting for his life. Morgan thinks Julian's a monster, then, surprise, Julian is right next to him. "You should have waited," he whispers. One hit sends Morgan eating dirt. Julian warns him, no more schemes, or things will get much, much worse. Julian looms over him. Morgan should have thought twice before trying to kill him. Now, the swindler is begging. He offers every cent he has just to survive. Julian shrugs. "Let's see if your life is actually worth it." Morgan hands over a mysterious ring. Julian's confused. How can all that wealth be inside this tiny little band? Using his inner library, he scans it. A massive storage space. It's packed with loot stolen from countless victims. Morgan keeps begging to go. Julian agrees to let him live, but demands whatever he's hiding in his trousers. The swindler is totally baffled. Then Julian just rips his robe apart with his bare hands. Talk about embarrassing. Clutching his shredded clothes in shame, Morgan can only whimper while Julian walks away, completely satisfied. Julian didn't need to be so aggressive, but he just ignored the man's complaints. He counted the gold, wondering how much more this Baron Mordred had stashed away. Mordred was fuming. "You've got the money, now let me go," he barked. But Julian wasn't done. He looked Mordred in the eye and called him exactly what he was, a total fraud. This man made a living pretending to be a master appraiser, tricking innocent people into trusting him. Caught in the lie, Mordred's face went pale. How do you know my secrets? Who are you?" Mordred stammered. He wasn't surprised Julian knew his name. He was a wanted man after all. But what really shook him? Julian knew about his secret charm of Shadow's technique, something he'd never told a soul. Julian just tossed the gold aside. It didn't matter how he knew. The point was, he knew everything, including the exact location of Mordred's vital core point. He wasn't going to take the man's life, but he had to stop him from hurting anyone else. The price? Julian was going to shatter his mana flow forever. One kick, that's all it took. Mordred went flying, crashing straight through a stone wall. Julian looked at the mess with nothing but disgust. "Get lost," he muttered. Gasping for air, Mordred felt the cold truth sink in. His internal power, his cultivation, it was completely gone. Somewhere else, Lord Silas was throwing a tantrum. He knelt before his grandfather, Duke Sterling, begging for help while fuming with rage. "You said that celestial storm griffin was tamed," Silas shouted, pointing at the beast. "But the damn thing ignored every command I gave it." Instead of attacking Julian Vance, the griffin had turned on Silas himself. Now, even though Sterling officially controlled the beast, it was a proud creature. It only treated equals with respect, not spoiled brats. Silas didn't care about the griffin's pride, though. He wanted blood. Why would a beast bound to their family's bloodline obey a nobody like Julian? Silas was losing his mind over it. Julian just watched the lion beast. It was silent now, practically bowing in his presence. Silas watched this, wondering who the true master really was. Duke Sterling coughed nervously, trying to save face. "Not here," he whispered. "We'll discuss this later." But Silas wouldn't drop it. Teach him a lesson, grandfather. Strip him of his title and kick him out of the Royal Academy for good. The Duke gave him a cold smile. "Don't worry, I'll handle it." But it wouldn't be easy. Julian had already gathered 5 students. Firing a registered teacher without proof is a political nightmare, but Silas had a plan. "He forced Liam to join his class," Silas lied. "We'll call for a will compensation test tomorrow," he suggested. "In front of everyone, we'll see if those students actually want to be there." If the test failed, Julian would be disqualified instantly. Sterling's eyes lit up. "Is that true?" Silas nodded, his trap finally set. The Duke decided to invite Master Alistair from the Teachers' Union as a neutral witness. This was going to be Julian's final day. "If that boy says he wants out, Julian is finished," Sterling declared. Silas grinned, already tasting the victory. He couldn't wait to see Julian's arrogant face when he was dragged out in disgrace. Meanwhile, Julian was having a rough morning. He'd spent the whole night reading manuals for 6th Order knights, trying to find the perfect path. But everything he found, flawed. He tried to combine the techniques, but they were a mess. Useless. He needed better sources, more ancient knowledge. "I need more books," he sighed, pushing open the classroom door. He wasn't expecting what was waiting inside. All 5 of his students were there, waiting for him. When he walked in, they let out a massive, synchronized greeting. Julian jumped back, totally caught off guard. "Whoa, why are you guys so energetic today?" He shook it off and called over Lady Alina. He handed her a pouch of ground herbs. "Mix this with water. It'll heal your core in 3 days." Alina's eyes went wide as she opened the pouch. "This is Solstice Frostbloom." She couldn't believe it. Then Julian pulled out 5 handwritten books. "I've mapped out custom training paths for each of you. It fits your unique mana flow." The students grabbed the books, and as they started reading, the room went dead silent. This wasn't normal training. This was genius. Alina looked at her page. "The Radiant Silver Maiden Path. This was a lost technique from my family's kingdom, but this version is better." It was perfect. Superior to anything her royal tutors had ever shown her. Julian just gave her a tired smile. "I finished them last night," he said, yawning. "I didn't have time to name the specific moves, so go ahead and name them yourselves." Silence, they just stared at him. "Wait, we can name our own secret techniques," Alina whispered. Julian just nodded like it was no big deal. One student was near tears. Writing a single master tier manual could take years, and Julian had just cranked out 5 in one night. Another thought about how hard their teacher was working. No one at the academy had ever cared this much about their students before. The talent, the generosity, it was too much. Suddenly, all 5 of them dropped to their knees in a deep bow of gratitude. Julian was panicked. "Hey, get up, it's not that deep." But his students didn't care. They were loyal now, forever. Alina stood up, her face serious. "We swear, Master. These secrets stay with us. Anyone who leaks these techniques will face our blades." Julian breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't tell them the archive of ancient echoes basically wrote them for him. That would be a disaster. Meanwhile, across the campus, Lady Seraphina was pacing like a caged tiger. She was torn. Should she go see him? She didn't want any misunderstandings, but she had to know the truth. She had to expose whatever Julian Vance was really up to. Desperate for the truth, Lady Seraphina rushed to the Royal Academy's gate, only to run straight into a mysterious man who seemed caught in a deep debate with himself. This stranger was torn. Should he enter and risk Sterling's legendary temper, or stay out and let the lady feel abandoned and wronged? Seraphina didn't hold back, rudely demanding his name, but he just brushed her off, claiming he was a nobody and telling her to back off before she got hurt. Angry now, she wondered if this thug was one of Lord Sterling's lackeys, sent specifically to ambush Master Julian. She remembered how Sterling had threatened Julian after that humiliating defeat, so she looked the man dead in the eye. She asked if he even knew the massive penalty for laying a finger on an academy professor, but the guy just looked completely baffled. Remembering how jealous Sterling was of Julian's interest in her, the man realized who she was. "You're Seraphina, aren't you?" To which she just gave him a final warning to vanish. Instead of leaving, the man accused her of just making up excuses to start a fight with him. Even though she was still nursing her own injuries, Seraphina wasn't about to let Julian get hurt again, so she charged straight at the stranger. The fight was on. The man moved like a shadow, catching her high kick with nothing but his bare arm. Elsewhere, a student asked Sterling about the High Council's response, and Sterling just smirked. As long as young Leo was Julian's student against his will, Julian was finished. He laid it all out. Once they both entered the Spire of Resolve, Julian would lose his title and be kicked out of the academy for good. The student couldn't hide his excitement, bragging that once Seraphina saw what a real man was capable of, she'd fall head over heels for Sterling. Sterling smugly told himself that Julian must have tricked the lady with cheap flattery, which was the only reason she'd ever have dinner with a loser like him. In his mind, the moment Julian was expelled, her heart would finally be his for the taking. The student wished him luck, and Sterling started laughing, already fantasizing about his victory, until the student noticed something crazy happening. He pointed ahead, yelling for Sterling to look. It was Lady Seraphina, and she was in a full-blown brawl with Alaric. The student wondered if she'd found out about their earlier plot and was out for blood to protect her man. Sterling was stunned, but the student kept hyping it up, saying there was no other reason for her to fight like that. To him, this proved she was totally in love, but panic hit him next. He couldn't let his future wife get hurt for his sake. He sprinted toward the fight to save her, while Alaric watched him approach, assuming the two of them were working together. Seraphina saw Sterling coming and immediately suspected another one of his dirty schemes. Sterling tried to jump in with a kick, but both Seraphina and Alaric stepped back, making him look like a fool. Alaric thought the whole thing was fishy. Was Sterling hiding nearby just to swoop in like a hero and impress the lady? Before Seraphina could breathe, Alaric grabbed Sterling and started absolutely pummeling him with punches and slaps. Sterling's student begged Seraphina to help, but she just watched, thinking the beating looked a little too real to be a staged play. The student was desperate, crying out that Sterling might actually die, so Seraphina reluctantly stepped in to end the drama. Alaric realized he was too banged up to take on both of them, so he decided it was time to cut his losses. He threw the broken Sterling toward the group, swearing that he'd make them pay tenfold for this embarrassment. Alaric vanished, leaving a battered Sterling behind, which honestly just left Seraphina more confused than ever. She muttered about how pathetic the whole act was, while the student wailed over his unconscious master. Suddenly, the academy doors swung open, and Master Julian stepped out, wanting to know who was making all that noise outside his classroom. Sterling tried to act tough and threaten him, but his face was so swollen he could barely get the words out. His student stepped up instead, announcing they filed a formal complaint. Julian was accused of forcing Leo to be his student, and the academy had ordered an immediate test. Julian looked genuinely puzzled by the whole test thing. Speaking for the High Council, the student demanded Julian show up right now, warning that any refusal meant instant expulsion. Seraphina couldn't understand why Julian looked so calm when it was obvious this was a total setup. She begged him not to go, but Julian just stood tall and declared he'd be there. No hesitation. He called out for Leo, who hesitated for a second before deciding to trust his teacher completely, ready for whatever came next. Julian told Seraphina to relax. He'd recruited the boy himself and preferred a direct answer over hiding in doubt. Seraphina admitted it was a bold move, but she still wondered why he didn't try to delay the hearing. Julian just brushed it off, saying everything was under control as they prepared to face the music. As they headed to the trial, everyone knew Sterling's grandfather ran the whole department. This was a death trap. Seraphina sighed, thinking Julian was just inviting disaster, but she couldn't leave him to face it alone. Since she felt partially responsible for this mess, she decided to follow them to the Spire of Resolve to see how this insanity ended. Deep inside the Silver Spire Academy, Chancellor Sterling was busy apologizing to Lord Montague for the recent chaos. Montague wasn't in a forgiving mood, though. He made it clear, if a professor actually forced a student into their service, he'd report it to the High Council and have their license revoked instantly. The stakes were already sky-high for John Cross. He had scored a flat 0 on his last master's evaluation and was facing a brutal ultimatum. Recruit students now, or get fired. Simple as that. If Sir Kenneth hadn't snitched to the administration and demanded this public trial, the Chancellor wouldn't even have noticed. Lord Montague noted that while these trials could ruin professional reputations, they were the only way to prune the rot from the Academy. He told the Chancellor not to feel guilty. It had to be done. Right then, the heavy oak doors swung open and the room filled up. Sir Alistair, visibly worried, rushed to his grandson Harrington to ask what happened. Harrington just shrugged it off as a minor accident. He handed the young man some healing tonics, while another teacher started begging Lord Montague for what he called justice. This teacher claimed John Cross had cheated, breaking every rule of fair play to force young Liam to become his apprentice. He insisted this trial was for the boy's own good, but Liam himself looked completely lost as the drama unfolded around him. John didn't blink. He insisted Liam chose him freely and pointed out he'd never forced anyone. Kenneth, meanwhile, was loving how nervous John looked. John turned to his student, signaled him with a quick glance, and asked the boy to tell everyone he wasn't being coerced. Liam realized this was a total setup. Trembling, he stammered out that Professor Cross had never forced him and he'd joined of his own free will. Lord Montague sensed the kid was stressed. He suggested a deal. John gives up the student to his rival now, and they skip the trial entirely. But the other teachers weren't having it. They started shouting, and Harrington argued that the Academy had already signed off on the challenge. Canceling it now would make the Academy's laws look like a total joke. Sir Kenneth jumped in, claiming they just wanted the boy to have true freedom. He played the choice card, acting like he only cared about the student's rights. The elder listened, his face unreadable. Finally, Montague made the call. Since everyone wanted the trial, it was happening. Liam would take the test to settle this once and for all. The winner gets the student. The loser, they get expelled from the Silver Spire Academy for good. Complete career suicide. The Chancellor asked John if he had any issues with the terms. John looked at Kenneth and said he didn't hold a grudge, but expulsion was too soft. Everyone's jaw dropped when John suggested something else. The loser should be disqualified and take 100 strikes from the warden's flail. The room went dead silent. Was he serious? 100 strikes from that thing is basically a death sentence. Montague thought about it. Even an expelled teacher could find work somewhere else, but this would leave a man broken and humiliated. It would turn them into a total laughingstock across the entire kingdom. Their career wouldn't just be over, it would be erased. Kenneth wondered if John was literally digging his own grave. That flail was forged from enchanted iron. It flays skin and shatters bone with one hit. Harrington assumed this was a trap set by the other side, but John had just raised the stakes to an insane level. He wondered if the man had gone mad. John just stood there with a calm smile, saying the other side asked for this. He turned to the elder and said the new terms were perfectly reasonable. He asked for official approval, looking totally unfazed. Liam watched his teacher and realized the nervousness from before was all an act. John had played them. He acted weak to lure them into a harsher punishment. Liam realized his master was a natural-born schemer. With the brutal punishment locked in, the trial finally began. They brought out the soul mirror crystal, a rare orb made from truth stone. The rules were simple. Teacher and student place their hands on the ball one pair at a time. The crystal then reads their bond. It reflects the exact level of trust between them. The pair with the highest score walks away the winner. The elder asked for questions, but the room was silent. Kenneth was smirking to himself, knowing Liam was one of the top 100 students in the realm. Meanwhile, John was a failure with a 0-point rating. There was no way a star pupil would actually trust a loser like that. Montague called John to go first, since he was the one who suggested the stakes. John and Liam stepped up to the crystal together. As their hands touched the surface, it began to glow. This stone isn't just a prop, it pulls you into a deep hypnotic trance. It drags the soul into an illusion where lies are impossible. Everything the stone sees comes directly from the deepest parts of the heart. No outside influence, no acting, just the truth. If a student was actually forced into the bond, the stone would sense that resentment immediately. It's built to detect a student's innermost thoughts with perfect precision. The results are shown as a number, with 100 being the max. Every 10 points represents a new level of trust. Usually, most master-student pairs barely scrape a score of 30. Lady Seraphina remarked that these two professors were in totally different leagues and never should have crossed paths. She leaned in and told John he should just leave the academy now and never look back while he still had his health. Hearing this, Harrington started to panic, wondering if it was too late to stop the madness. But the soul mirror test was already live. There was no backing out now. Harrington was convinced John was about to realize exactly how foolish he'd been. Smirking, the rival professor asked John how he could be so confident. He reminded him that Sir Kenneth had already won. Sir Alistair had spent weeks recruiting Leo, certain that their bond would hit at least 20 points, while Arthur's score would be a total joke. After all, the Royal Academy of Valoria was the most elite school in the realm, and if Arthur's students failed this trust test, he'd be the laughingstock of every noble house. Despite the pressure, Arthur stayed completely chill, leaving everyone, especially the director, wondering how he could be so unbothered while his career was on the line. Director Bramble decided to make it official, asking Elder Sterling to predict the outcome of this high-stakes wager. Sterling was blunt. If the boy truly trusted his mentor, the score would be high, but if he'd been coerced, that number would drop straight into the negatives. In that case, the elder promised to report Arthur to the High Council of Teachers and have him stripped of his rank immediately. As the results began to flicker, Alistair was already picturing Leo as his star pupil and Arthur kicked out of the gates for good. With the faculty's backing, Alistair's reputation was about to skyrocket, or so he thought. Then the crystal ball glowed, revealing a pathetic score of 10 for Alistair and Leo, leaving the knight absolutely speechless. He'd spent a month grooming this student, so how could the trust be this low? Alistair turned to the boy, demanding to know what happened. Leo just looked nervous and confused, while the director started fuming, insulted that Alistair would waste his time with such a humiliating score. They expected 20 points at the bare minimum, but this was a total embarrassment for a senior knight. Desperate to save face, Alistair snapped at Arthur, claiming that 10 points would still be enough to win if Arthur's score was even worse. Arthur didn't even blink. He just stepped up to the crystal and told them to get this over with. Both of them touched the glass, and the result flashed almost instantly, faster than anyone had ever seen before. Jaws hit the floor when a trust score of 64 blazed above Arthur and Leo. That's not just trust. It's the kind of absolute devotion a child has for a parent, and the room went completely silent. Alastair and his allies were in total denial, while Elder Sterling couldn't believe a junior instructor had pulled off such a miracle. Even the legendary veteran masters of the academy rarely saw numbers that high. Arthur turned back to the elders with a sharp look, asking the only question that mattered. Does this mean I won? But Alastair's group wasn't having it, screaming that the stone must be broken because there was no way Leo trusted Arthur that much. They argued that even the top-ranked knights of the kingdom couldn't command that kind of loyalty. However, Elder Sterling noticed something they didn't. Leo's eyes were bright with genuine, pure admiration. The elders shut them down, warning that the stone reads the deepest parts of the soul and never lies, so they better stop talking nonsense before they got expelled themselves. With the win secured, Arthur decided it was time to collect, reminding Alastair of the terms of their little bet. Suddenly, the director started smiling, trying to play it off like Arthur had already proven his point and should just let the matter go. Arthur wasn't buying it, noting that if he had lost, they wouldn't be showing him any mercy at all. The director then changed his tune, telling Arthur to watch his tone since he was just a junior teacher who got lucky with one student. He even whispered to the elder that Arthur must have used some forbidden trick to manipulate the boy's emotions. They pointed to a past scandal where a student suffered a soul fracture under Arthur's guidance as proof of his dangerous methods. Alastair claimed that Arthur was a fraud who used deception to hide the fact that all his previous students had abandoned him. How else could someone who scored a 0 on his teaching exams suddenly hit 60 trust points in just 2 days? The elders started whispering, weighing the accusations against the impossible score. The director lectured him, saying a teacher should only earn trust through knowledge, otherwise, students could be led down a very dark path. Arthur didn't come there for a lecture. He came for the results of the test he just dominated. He straight up asked them if they were planning to go back on their word like cowards. Elder Sterling's group chimed in, saying it was ridiculous to fire a respected teacher over a trivial little wager. They argued that dismissing Alastair would be an overreaction, since he was so important to the Academy's prestige. Arthur's friend, Lady Sarah, stepped in, asking if they would have been this forgiving if Arthur had been the one to lose. The young nobles just scoffed, saying Arthur couldn't compare to Alastair's rank or his ability to attract elite students. But their bickering was cut short when a guard announced that Lord William of House Hawthorne had arrived to see the elder. The director scrambled to let him in, knowing that a visit from the head of a great family was a rare honor. He figured he'd deal with the Arthur problem later, while others wondered why such a powerful figure was even there. Lord William was one of the kingdom's top 10 potential masters, a man with terrifying influence. The elder assumed he was there to thank Alastair for successfully training his eldest son and heir, Thomas, but the tension in the room was about to hit a breaking point. Lady Alina leaned in, whispering if Arthur was really Master Silas's target. She warned him to get out of the Royal Academy, and fast. See, the High Council was already gunning for him, and House William held more power than the king himself. Staying at the academy was just asking for a world of pain. But Arthur, he just smiled. "Let's see how it plays out," he said. Alina was stunned. She was trying to save his life, and he was acting like it was a picnic. Right then, Lord William himself swept into the hall. Master Silas practically tripped over himself to bow, acting like he was the man of the hour. "How can I serve the great House William?" Silas asked, practically groveling. William didn't waste time explaining he was there for his daughter, Catherine. He mentioned her tutor was some guy named Arthur and said he wanted a word. Silas smirked, pointing straight at our boy Arthur like he was handing over a criminal. Silas and his cronies were absolutely giddy. They figured Arthur was about to get executed for tricking a noble lady. They thought his luck had finally run out. The room went cold as Lord William approached Arthur. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the explosion. But then everything changed. Boom, to everyone's absolute shock, Lord William dropped to one knee. "It is a true honor to finally meet you, Sir Arthur," he declared. The director nearly choked. The whole room was reeling. Why was the most powerful lord in the kingdom kneeling instead of, lopping Arthur's head off? Arthur just helped him up, totally casual. "Why the theatrics?" he asked. William revealed the truth. Arthur had healed Catherine's paralyzed legs and taught her secret arts. "I had to come thank you in person," William said, beaming. Arthur just shrugged it off with a modest smile. "She's my student, it's what I do." Hearing this, Grandmaster Moore looked impressed. He noted that Arthur had a noble spirit, which was clearly why his students were so loyal. William added that visiting personally was the least he could do for the man who saved his child. The academy elders were losing their minds at this point. Now the Lord turned back to Master Silas. Silas puffed out his chest, thinking he was finally getting his reward or a fat bag of gold. "Master Silas is a true scholar," the Lord remarked, "but I have one small favor to ask." Silas was all smiles. "Anything for House William." William explained that his son, Thomas, had been studying under Silas, but he'd never actually thanked the director for his efforts. He offered a small gift, and Silas played the humble teacher card, saying he was just doing his duty. Standard fake modesty. But internally, Silas was sweating bullets. He couldn't accept a bribe with Grandmaster Moore watching him like a hawk. Then came the curveball. William praised Silas's high morals, but said Thomas's training wasn't cutting it anymore. He wanted a transfer. Silas was floored. His star pupil, leaving. Thomas was progressing perfectly. There was absolutely no reason to quit his class. The Lord waited for an answer. Silas knew he should have handled this behind closed doors, but now the whole academy was watching. Reluctantly, he agreed. But man, this hurt. A student leaving a director's class is basically a public slap in the face to his skill. Silas had been so arrogant, thinking he was getting a favor, only to realize he was being fired by his own student. The irony, delicious. He knew the rumors would spread like wildfire. This could cost him his entire career as the director of student affairs. Lord William thanked him, then turned to the crowd. He asked his son, Thomas, which teacher he wanted to follow from now on. Thomas pointed straight at Arthur. The Lord asked, "Sir Arthur, would you be willing to take my son as your personal disciple?" The room went dead silent. Everyone was stunned. Master Silas literally coughed up blood from the sheer humiliation of it all. His student was ditching him for the guy who scored a big fat 0 on the official night evaluations. It was absolute madness. The other professors started whispering, but then, get this, Arthur actually said no. He refused the offer. Now everyone was losing it. Thomas was a literal prodigy. Arthur's own students, Jane and Leo, were staring at him like he'd lost his mind. Silas, still clutching his chest, felt even more disgraced. His star pupil preferred a loser, and that loser didn't even want the kid. Grandmaster Moore was actually impressed. He realized he'd totally underestimated Arthur. The guy was clearly playing a much bigger game. The Lord, looking confused, asked again, but Arthur just gave him another no. William started wondering if his son had messed up somehow. "Look, my son can be a bit of a hothead," William explained. "Maybe he failed to show you proper respect. Please don't hold it against him." That's when Silas jumped back in. He suggested Arthur was only refusing because he knew he wasn't strong enough to teach a talent like Thomas. "Arthur is just a low-level initiate," Silas mocked, "while Thomas is already a squire. He's simply too weak to mentor someone of that rank." Silas kept digging, laughing at the very idea of Arthur being a mentor. He told Arthur to reconsider his refusal for the boy's sake. "It's fine if Thomas leaves my class," Silas sneered, "but picking a bottom-tier teacher like you will just ruin his future as a knight." The Lord admitted he didn't know Arthur's exact power level, but his daughter Catherine hadn't stopped raving about his revolutionary methods. Another professor piped up, calling Arthur a complete fraud. He claimed it was easy to trick newbies, but impossible to fool real experts. Silas doubled down, shouting that Arthur hadn't even reached the 4th tier of mana. How could he possibly guide a squire? But Lord William wasn't having it. He countered, saying his son had watched Arthur block a lethal, high-tier strike with just 2 fingers. No mere initiate could ever pull that off, William growled, leaving the entire room in a state of absolute, stunned silence. The truth was out. Arthur was hiding a power that none of these arrogant masters could even fathom. The game had officially changed. A Tier 2 knight's true power, the professors laughed it off. They called it a total exaggeration, arguing that a peak knight barely hits 700 kilograms. Then they started tearing into Arthur's scores and Thomas's potential. But Leo cut them off. He'd seen Arthur's power with his own eyes. The headmaster just waved him away. As an academy master, he wasn't buying such a fairy tale. But just as he opened his mouth to complain, a servant rushed in. Someone was there for Arthur. When the headmaster asked who, the servant's face went pale. It was the young Lord Byron. The headmaster's jaw hit the floor. "Let him in right now," he screamed. Lord Byron, Archmage Alistair, was baffled. Why were so many high-tier figures hunting for this nobody Arthur? Cedric was fuming. How could a low-life teacher know someone from the great houses? The social gap was massive. Lord Byron walked in, ignoring the bows. He flashed Arthur a massive grin. Arthur just sighed. "Why are you here?" Byron didn't hesitate. "My duties are almost finished, Master. I want to start my lessons with you immediately." The room went silent. Then pure chaos. Everyone was losing it. Why was a noble lord acting like Arthur's servant? Cedric snapped. He called Arthur a rude, classless peasant who didn't deserve to be a mentor to anyone. He even apologized to Byron, calling Arthur weak, clumsy, and a total embarrassment to the teaching profession. Bad move. Byron's face twisted in rage. He turned on Cedric like a cornered wolf. "Who do you think you are?" He declared that in terms of seniority, Arthur was basically Byron's grandfather. "Do you want to die for such disrespect?" The headmaster was speechless. Literally, he couldn't even form a single word after that bombshell dropped. Byron wasn't done. He explained that Duke Julian, his own father, shared the same status as the High King himself. If Arthur was a grandfather to Byron, he was technically senior to the king. The room felt like it was spinning. The professors were in shock. Alistair stared at Arthur. Who was this guy? Why was Byron treating him like a god? Then Byron dropped the kicker. Arthur wasn't just a master of high art. He was 3 times stronger than Byron himself. Arthur felt a headache coming. Keeping a low profile. Yeah, that plan was officially dead and buried. Now feeling the heat, the headmaster turned on Cedric. "You dare insult Master Arthur. Are you looking for a grave?" Cedric started begging for mercy instantly. Byron just scoffed. "Lucky for you, Arthur didn't move earlier. You'd be a corpse." Everyone shivered. Was Arthur really that deadly? They couldn't even wrap their heads around Byron's warning. Arthur internally groaned. He wanted a grand reveal later, but Byron just blew his cover way too early. Now even the patriarchs wanted in. Byron was getting jealous, though. He demanded to be Arthur's student or fight him. Talk about an awkward spot. Arthur stayed calm and finally agreed to take Thomas into his class first. He told Byron he'd consider him later if Thomas did well. The headmaster was watching all this in complete disbelief. Byron beamed. He offered all his noble influence just for Arthur's art lessons. Then, Arthur turned his gaze toward Cedric. "The test is over, Cedric. Remember our bet. It's time for you to pay up the full price." Cedric panicked. "You're taking this too far. I'll take the lashes, but you can't take my license. You're not qualified." Arthur looked at Alistair for the rules. The elder nodded. Only the Royal Council could revoke a teacher's status for errors. Arthur smirked. "Wait, you didn't mention that technicality during the bet, did you?" Cedric just looked desperate now. He never thought he'd lose. The only way out was if a master tutor personally confirmed Cedric's utter incompetence. But why would a master tutor care about a petty school wager? Cedric thought he was safe. Until another servant burst in. A girl named Helena was at the gates, specifically asking to see Master Arthur. Byron's eyes widened. "Helena's here too." Alistair didn't hesitate. He ordered the guards to let her in immediately. Lady Helena stepped inside. She greeted the elder warmly, but then she turned and bowed deeply to Arthur. Helena, she was the daughter of the council president, a prodigy who became a master tutor in her teens. The headmaster was sweating bullets. Arthur hadn't just brought friends, he'd summoned the devil herself to crush his enemies. The other professors were trembling. How did Arthur, the guy with the 0 score, have all these heavy hitters backing him? Cedric's voice shook. A master tutor, really? Helena just stared him down. Master Leo himself selected me for this. Arthur just gave a cool smile. Impressive title you've got there. Helena didn't waste any more time on pleasantries. She turned to Alistair. Cedric used this test for a personal grudge. He's disgraced our profession and accused a peer unjustly. I recommend revoking his status immediately. Cedric's world collapsed as he crashed to the floor, completely broken. On the cold floor in total despair, Cedric realized his life was over. All that effort for his knight's license, gone. Without it, his family name was trash, and no house in the kingdom would ever hire a failure again. He dug his nails into the dirt, screaming that Julian Thorne hadn't won anything fairly. He looked like a madman, howling that the results were a total sham. Cedric roared that Julian actually scored a 0 on his royal licensure and even caused a student to suffer a devastating mana rupture. In his eyes, Julian deserved to be stripped of his title immediately. Julian, he just scratched his nose, totally bored. He didn't care about the noise. He was still going to take the lead, and that's all that mattered to him. Cedric was left there, broken and humiliated, while High Chancellor Sterling watched on, his face turning a nasty shade of purple from pure, unadulterated rage. Sterling warned that Julian shouldn't push his luck. If Cedric was going down because of him, then Julian was definitely next on the chopping block. The Chancellor finally spoke up, admitting that since Lady Seraphina and Archmage Alistair had doubts, they couldn't ignore the rumors about Julian's teaching qualifications. Archmage Alistair didn't hold back. If the accusations were true and Julian really was a fraud who hurt his students, the Royal Union would have to step in for a full investigation. Julian realized these guys were pros at twisting the rules. They were trying to back him into a corner, using the law of the Academy as a weapon against him. He knew that good people usually get the short end of the stick, but this was his chance. He had to prove he wasn't the loser they all thought he was. If the Academy kept this quiet, he'd be fine. But if the Royal Union got involved, he'd be exiled and disgraced just like the man who held this body before him. Time to stop hiding. Julian opened his mouth to reveal his true strength, but Lady Seraphina stepped in first. She said she finally understood the whole picture. She told Julian he didn't even need to defend himself anymore. Julian just stood there, blinking in total surprise. Even he was confused by her sudden backup. Seraphina pointed out the massive lie. They claimed Julian scored 0, yet when she and the Archmage grilled him on high-level magic theory, he knew everything perfectly. She reminded them that at Lord Montgomery's estate, Julian's raw strength was measured at 49 units of heavy siege weight. That's veteran knight territory. Seraphina shook her head. It made 0 sense for someone with that much power and wisdom to fail a basic entry exam. She looked right at the crowd and pointed out that the Chancellor's office handles the grading in secret. No one truly knows how those marks are actually decided behind closed doors. Then she leveled the killing blow. She pointed right at the Chancellor and accused his office of faking Julian's test results to get rid of him. Archmage Alistair watched Julian's calm face through all this chaos. He decided right then that Julian was a selfless, noble soul who lived in total harmony with the world. The 3 heavyweights turned their fury on the Chancellor. Poor Sterling looked like his head was about to explode from pure, chaotic confusion. Julian almost felt bad. He thought about explaining his old scores, but he never expected the top brass to start a civil war over it. Sterling was desperate. He shouted that as the head of academic affairs, he had no reason to bully some junior teacher like Julian. But the Archmage wasn't buying it. He knew Sterling's grandson wanted to be a master teacher, and Julian's hidden talent was a huge threat to that dream. It was the classic move, destroy the competition to clear a path for his own blood. Sterling had tried to erase Julian to protect his grandson's ambitions. Alistair declared that the truth was finally out. He called the Chancellor a disgrace. Suddenly, the students, including Leo and his friends, stepped forward as witnesses. They stood tall, calling out the Academy's corruption and putting their full support behind Julian. The tide had completely turned against the Chancellor. Sterling was losing his mind. He claimed he didn't even know Julian. He turned to the man himself, begging Julian to stop acting like a victim and speak up. The Chancellor was grinding his teeth so hard his gums started bleeding. He screamed Julian's name in pure, unadulterated frustration. Alistair just scoffed. How did the man have the nerve to act innocent? Serafina wondered how someone so corrupt even got the job in the first place. Even the clan patriarch suggested stripping Sterling of his rank. The Chancellor's grandson could only watch in horror as his grandfather's mouth literally bled from stress. The Archmage remarked that Sterling's anger must be unbearable, but maybe venting it would finally give him some peace before his downfall. But Sterling wasn't done yet. He pivoted fast. He brought up the student who suffered the manor rupture, demanding Julian explain that disaster. Julian knew he couldn't change what the previous owner of his body had done. He started to answer, then hesitated. This was the one real mistake he couldn't hide. Sterling saw the opening and took it. He sent a servant to fetch 𝒊𝒂𝒅𝒏 from Sir Alaric's elite class to testify against Julian once and for all. Sir Alaric was the Academy's golden boy, the most famous master in the kingdom. Alistair wondered why a guy that famous would take in a broken student. In Julian's old memories, 𝒊𝒂𝒅𝒏 had stopped coming to class out of pure shame after the incident. His old teacher had just given up on him and left him to rot. But Sterling had a different story. He claimed months of elite guidance under Sir Alaric had fixed the boy's broken magic completely. 𝒊𝒂𝒅𝒏 hadn't just recovered, he had reached the very peak of the first tier. He was a success story now, poised for greatness under a real master. Everyone started praising Sir Alaric for performing a miracle and saving a student who had suffered such a deadly manor rupture. That's when 𝒊𝒂𝒅𝒏 finally arrived at the tower. He stepped forward, introduced himself to the High Council, and the room went silent. The Chancellor pointed at Julian. "Do you know this man?" 𝒊𝒂𝒅𝒏 looked up and confirmed it. Julian Thorne was indeed his former teacher. When asked about the incident, 𝒊𝒂𝒅𝒏 explained that if it wasn't for Sir Alaric saving him at the last second, he'd be a cripple today. Sterling smirked. This was his smoking gun. The victim of Julian's gross negligence was standing right there as living proof for everyone to see. Archmage Alistair sighed. A manor rupture was a serious crime. If this was true, they had no choice but to revoke Julian's license forever. The Chancellor turned to Julian with a cold smile. It was time for him to defend himself. His entire future now depended on whether 𝒊𝒂𝒅𝒏 would accept his apology. Arthur steps forward with total composure. He admits to the mistake and takes full responsibility, but then he drops a bombshell that shocks the entire hall. He did it on purpose. He triggered the soul fracture intentionally. Jaws hit the floor as the Lord Chancellor, Sterling, immediately condemns him for endangering a student. Sterling demands to know if Sir Alistair even considers Arthur fit to teach after such a reckless move. The room is in an absolute uproar. Julian is fuming. He's looking at Arthur with pure hatred, convinced his teacher tried to ruin his life out of pure malice. Arthur just sighs. He looks around the room and asks if a single person actually understands why he did it. When nobody speaks, he explains. He reveals a secret Julian didn't even know. The boy was born with frost-locked circuits. It's a rare, cursed condition where mana simply cannot flow through the body. Lady Evelyn gasps. She knows the lore, that's a birth defect. It's a death sentence for any aspiring warrior, meaning they can never reach the knight's core. Sir Alistair leans in, trying to wrap his head around the situation. Meanwhile, Julian is in total denial, claiming he never felt any resistance while training. Arthur counters him instantly. Really? No shortness of breath, no feeling like your very veins were being ripped apart when you gathered your essence. Julian freezes. The shock on his face says it all. Arthur knew. He knew the exact symptoms Julian had been hiding. The entire hall falls into a deathly silence. The Chancellor finally breaks it, demanding to know what these blocked circuits have to do with causing a dangerous soul fracture. Here is the genius of it. Arthur explains that a soul fracture can be leveraged as a controlled explosion to shatter those internal blockages for good. Lady Evelyn is stunned, using a deadly mana overload as a cure. It's completely unheard of in the history of the kingdom. Sir Alistair's eyes go wide. If Arthur is telling the truth, this method could literally revolutionize the entire world of magic. Arthur turns to Julian. Since that accident, have you felt those pains? Is your mana still blocked? Julian admits the pain is gone, but he honestly believed his recent improvements were all thanks to the teachings of Master Lawrence. Arthur calmly sets him straight. During a fracture, mana becomes wildly violent. It's strong enough to break through any wall, provided you stabilize the body afterward. But here's the kicker. Julian ran away before the treatment was finished. He treated his savior like an enemy instead of seeing the life-changing gift he'd been given. The Chancellor retorts that it's impossible. He argues that even if it were true, Arthur should have explained the plan first. He claims Julian never would have left if he'd known, but Arthur has an answer for that too. He explains that a soul fracture is called that for a reason. It's agonizing and causes total loss of control. If he had revealed the plan earlier, Julian would have been too terrified to take the risk. He would have stayed weak forever. Arthur tells the Chancellor it doesn't matter if he's believed or not. He's already examined the boy's body and confirmed the results. Julian has already reached the high squire rank and is on the very brink of advancing. He asks the crowd how long that progress should normally take. Julian answers for them. Master Lawrence said it would take at least 6 months of perfect, calm meditation to reach the knight's core. The Duke notes that Julian's talent is mediocre at best, so advancing in 6 months under Lawrence was already a massive achievement. Lady Evelyn agrees, but Arthur just dismisses them both. 6 months, that's nonsense. He reveals he can help Julian make that advancement right here, right now, within a single hour. The Duke and Lady Evelyn are completely stunned. Sir Alistair tries to argue. 6 months is already fast, so how could anyone do it in 60 minutes? The Chancellor just scoffs. He says cultivation isn't as simple as eating or drinking. It requires step-by-step effort, and an hour is just a fantasy. Arthur turns to the Chancellor and asks if he truly lacks that much trust. Julian, remembering how Arthur helped him before, starts to wonder. Arthur places a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder. He tells Julian he doesn't blame him for the doubt. But he makes it clear. If Julian misses this window, he's going to be waiting another 6 months for what he could have now. Julian hesitates for a second, then makes his choice. I'm willing to try. Please, Master Arthur. Arthur assures him he won't regret it. He instructs Julian to sit cross-legged and clear his mind of all distractions. He explains the process. He's going to use arcane needles to stimulate his mana points and force his concentration to its peak. Following the orders, Julian prepares himself. Arthur pulls out a shimmering needle and carefully places it on the crown of Julian's head. With intense focus, Julian executes every step under Arthur's perfect guidance. And then it happens. Success. Julian officially advances to the initial stage of the knight's core. Awestruck, Julian stares at his own hands. He marvels at the raw power surging through him, wondering how this was even possible in such a short time. Everyone in the room is paralyzed with shock. Sir Alistair questions if his eyes are even playing tricks on him. He can't believe Arthur unlocked such massive progress with what looked like a simple procedure. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Julian bows deeply to Arthur. He apologizes for ever doubting him and begs to return to his class immediately. Even the Duke is impressed. He thinks back on his own brutal struggles to reach the knight's core and feels a pang of jealousy. He honestly wishes he had a teacher like Arthur back then. Now, everyone is desperate to get a piece of Arthur's legendary guidance. Tristan stood firm, practically begging to be Arthur's apprentice despite his own lackluster potential, while Julian scoffed and told Arthur to just ignore the desperate boy. But Tristan wasn't backing down, declaring right then and there that if he proved unworthy of the tutelage, he'd throw away his noble title without a second thought. Caught in the middle of this absolute circus, Arthur promised to settle the matter later before turning to Alistair to ask if he still blamed Arthur for his recent mana backlash. The boy looked humbled, admitting he'd been dead wrong and finally seeing that Arthur had only been trying to save his life all along. After accepting a sincere apology and a plea for forgiveness, Arthur shifted his gaze toward Lord Barrett, asking if the man had any more pathetic excuses to offer. Barrett was completely stunned into silence, realizing he couldn't poke a single hole in Arthur's logic, and even young Cedric now saw that the painful backlash was actually a gift. That's when Grand Master Thorn took command, telling the faculty to get a grip before announcing that Sir Silas had utterly disgraced his station by slandering a fellow scholar. Silas was immediately stripped of his teaching credentials for his lack of honor and sentenced to 100 lashes as a reminder of his failure. But the hammer didn't stop there. Barnaby was suspended pending a deep dive into his conduct, while the high and mighty Duke Valerius faced a total downfall. Valerius was fired from his post as director of the Chancellery and kicked out of the Elders' Circle, with his entire career being handed over to the Grand Council for further judgment. Realizing his life's work had just vanished into thin air, the Duke collapsed in total despair as Grand Master Thorn offered Arthur a formal apology for the Council's lack of oversight. Arthur played it cool, reassuring the Grand Master that a few rotten apples in a barrel are just part of life, which only made him look more like the bigger man. Thorn vowed to purge the corruption once he returned to the council headquarters, and as the crowd filed out, Tristan caught up to Arthur, begging for lessons in the fine arts. So, while the 3 disgraced men were left to rot in the citadel, Tristan was already pitching a new request to Arthur regarding scrolls and illuminated painting. Honestly, if it hadn't been for Lord Julian and Master Thorn arriving when they did, Arthur knew things would have ended very differently for him. For the first time since he'd inherited this body and its messy history, Arthur felt like he could finally take a breath and relax. With 2 dedicated students now at his side, he realized that to survive this world, he had to become a legendary teacher and build a foundation no one could shake. His next move, becoming a high tutor, but when he asked Lady Alara how to do it, she revealed it wasn't about a test, it was pure luck. Basically, you just had to be in the right place at the right time for a master educator to hire you on the spot. Arthur then questioned why a high-ranking tutor like her was running a tiny bookstore, and her answer was simple. She needed more wisdom to be truly convincing. Following Master Leopold's advice, she opened this little shop to be where the scholars gather, which is where the conversation shifted to a man named Mogan. Arthur asked how this Mogan evaluated people, and Tristan explained that everyone was after a legendary painting hidden behind a mind-bending puzzle. It was wild. These guys knew absolutely nothing about the actual craft, yet they were obsessed with claiming the masterpiece for themselves. Alara mentioned that despite their ignorance, the prestige of the prize was just too tempting for them to ignore. Whoever cracked the puzzle of the scroll, and the ink would win the treasure, and the whole trial was centered entirely around art and calligraphy. Tristan knew Arthur had a supernatural eye for flaws and could spot a mistake in a heartbeat, so he practically begged him to teach them the craft. Thanks to the celestial archive in his head, Arthur knew the theory perfectly, but actually teaching the physical skill, he was flying blind. Meanwhile, over at the Silvercrest Academy, the halls were buzzing with the name of Sir Alaric, a man whose fame was skyrocketing by the hour. Students were practically tripping over themselves to get into his lectures, even those who weren't officially enrolled at the academy. Alaric claimed he was doing his absolute best for them, but Count Sterling noted that a teacher's reputation is only as good as the nobles he accepts. Out of 100 hopefuls, only young Eustace had been chosen, a fact Alaric wore like a badge of honor before asking Sterling what business brought him by. Sterling needed a favor, trusting Alaric's integrity since he'd known him and his father since they were children. He wanted a quiet investigation into a certain individual, though Alaric winced at the mention of his father, calling the old man a total buzzkill. When the Count named Arthur as the target, Alaric laughed, recognizing the name as the trash teacher who'd nearly killed his students and scored a 0 on his exams. Sterling confirmed it, complaining that Arthur had caused a scene at his restaurant and tanked his profits in a single afternoon. If he wasn't worried about Arthur's mysterious background, the Count admitted he would have had the man thrashed in the streets already. Alaric dismissed Arthur as a complete joke, a man destined to be kicked out of the academy any day now. Sterling mentioned that the Chancellery had already issued an ultimatum. If Arthur didn't secure new students this term, he was out. That gave Alaric a devious idea. Why not just swoop in and take whatever students Arthur managed to find? Sterling loved the plan, noting that as the Academy's star teacher, Alaric was the only one with the status to pull off such a power move. Getting rid of a teacher who actually has students is a headache, but if they could keep Arthur's roster empty, his firing would be a breeze. Alaric thought it over, while Sterling reminded him of Cedric's Mana incident as proof that Arthur was a danger to everyone. The deal was struck. Alaric would spread the word that he was recruiting from Arthur's pool, and a celebratory banquet was already being planned at the hearth. Just then, young Roland stepped into the room, looking like he had the weight of the world on his shoulders. Alaric asked what was wrong, but Sterling just watched, recognizing the boy as the grandson of one of the most powerful elders in the land. Yannis hesitated, his voice trembling as he looked up. Lord Lucius stood there, calm and composed, while an old priest showered the nobleman with flattery, asking if there were any issues with the current training regimen. The priest went on and on, calling Lucius the greatest mentor the Royal Academy had ever seen, insisting that with his legendary guidance, any obstacle would simply melt away. But then the unexpected happened. Yannis dropped to his knees, his forehead touching the cold stone floor. He confessed his true desire. He wanted to leave Lord Lucius's house and sought formal permission to withdraw. Lucius was floored. "Why on earth would you leave?" he demanded, eyes narrowing. He couldn't fathom why anyone would walk away when thousands were fighting for a single spot in his elite class. He asked if Yannis was being blackmailed or facing some hidden threat. Yannis stood his ground, stating clearly that this was his own choice and that Master Wayne had already given his blessing. Lucius felt like he'd been slapped. Stunned by Wayne's approval, Lucius let out a cold laugh. He warned Yannis that if he walked out that door, no other reputable master in the entire kingdom would ever dare to take him in. Yannis didn't blink. He looked Lucius dead in the eye and dropped a bombshell. If allowed to leave, he intended to join the house of Master Julian. He repeated his request, firmer than ever. Total silence. Lucius stared at his student in utter disbelief. "You're leaving? For Julian?" He actually wondered if he had misheard. Julian was the laughingstock of the academy, the absolute bottom of the barrel. Lucius paced the room, his frustration boiling over. He asked why a promising noble would ever throw their future away by joining the most disgraced teacher in the Citadel. The professor leaned in, his voice dripping with venom. He asked the boy if he'd forgotten that Julian's last student nearly died from a catastrophic ether backlash. "Do you really want to be next?" he hissed. Just then, another student named Finian arrived. Lucius smirked, thinking he had a witness to help him talk sense into the boy. "Perfect timing, Finian," the professor called out. Lucius laid it out for him, explaining that Yannis was having a momentary lapse in judgment and wanted to transfer to Julian's class as a mere observer. He told Finian to describe the nightmare he went through while under Julian's tutelage, hoping the gruesome details would scare Yannis back into his place. But wait, here's where it gets crazy. Finian didn't say a word. Instead, he dropped to his knees right next to Yannis and made the exact same declaration. He, too, was leaving Lord Lucius for another master. Lucius was completely blindsided. He stammered, asking Finian if he'd lost his mind. Why would he ever want to go back to the man who caused his internal energy to collapse? He expected Finian to curse Julian's name to the heavens, but Finian just looked up, his expression full of resolve. He told the professor that he actually owed Julian a debt of gratitude he could never repay. Finian admitted he felt terrible for leaving Lucius without a proper goodbye last time, but his heart was set. Lucius was turning a bright shade of purple, his irritation reaching a breaking point. "This is an insult," Lucius roared. He remembered Finian cursing Julian every single day after that energy deviation. He couldn't understand how the boy's loyalty had flipped so completely. Fine, if they wanted to ruin their lives, he wouldn't stop them. Lucius snapped that he would cancel both of their registrations by the end of the day and told them to get out of his sight. The two students couldn't hide their joy. They exchanged a quick, thrilled look. They actually did it. They finally had the chance to join Master Julian's legendary inner circle. Lucius opened his mouth to deliver one last biting insult, but he was too slow. The boys were already sprinting out of the hall in such a rush that they didn't hear a word he said. Alone in his fury, Lucius shook with rage. How dared a lowlife like Julian steal his best students? He growled to himself, declaring that he would show no mercy for what was coming next. He barked an order for Zane, a long-haired knight in blue armor who stepped out from the shadows immediately. The atmosphere in the room turned ice cold. Lucius commanded Zane to deliver a formal challenge letter to Julian's classroom. Next month, during the Squire's grand trial, there wouldn't just be student fights, there would be a master's evaluation. Zane bowed, taking the letter with a sharp nod. As he left, a high priest approached Lucius, concerned about the implications of such a public challenge during the kingdom's biggest event. Lucius didn't care about the rules anymore. He was livid. Julian hadn't just taken his students, he had publicly humiliated the most popular mentor in the Royal Academy. The priest asked if he was really sure about this. A master's evaluation was a serious, high-stakes affair that could end a career, but Lucius was beyond reason. "I'm doubling down," Lucius declared. He wanted a wager. If Julian lost the evaluation, every single one of his students would be forcibly transferred to Lucius's house. He revealed his master plan. He had intended to use Finian's success to catch the eyes of the High Council and secure a spot as a Grandmaster. But that was all gone now. Julian, the man with a 0-point rating, had single-handedly tarnished Lucius's perfect reputation. The nobleman's pride was wounded, and he wanted blood. Lucius vowed right then and there to reclaim his honor, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, across the academy, the atmosphere was much calmer. A noble girl with long purple hair sat in Julian's lecture hall, looking impressed. She whispered to her friend that Julian's insights were actually brilliant. Her pink-haired companion agreed, noting that Yannis must have known what he was doing when he made the switch. But the peace didn't last long. Suddenly, boom, the classroom door was kicked off its hinges. One of Lucius's top-ranked squires stormed in, demanding that Master Julian show himself immediately. The students jumped to their feet, outraged. "Who do you think you are?" they shouted, horrified that someone would dare to interrupt their master's lesson and destroy their property. The girl with purple hair tried to keep everyone calm, recognizing the intruder. It was Zane, the squire ranked number 4 in the entire kingdom's entrance exams. Zane ignored them, standing in the middle of the wreckage with an arrogant smirk. He announced that he was there on behalf of Lord Lucius to deliver a challenge for a master's evaluation. The students were confused. Why would the most famous teacher in the Citadel go after a man everyone called a nobody? It didn't make any sense to them. Lord Lucius had everything: power, popularity, and the best students in the land. Challenging Julian seemed like a lion picking a fight with an ant. Zane laughed, explaining that Julian had offended his master, and it was time for a lesson in respect. He tossed the challenge letter onto the floor like it was trash. "If your master is too scared to show," Zane sneered, "tell him to just admit he's a fraud and beg for forgiveness at Lord Lucius's feet." He started insulting Julian's character, but a short-haired boy from the back of the room stepped forward, his eyes burning with quiet intensity. He pointed at the broken door and then at Zane. "You broke our home and insulted our master. the boy said softly. "Apologize now." Zane just scoffed, asking if the little brat really thought he could force an apology from a top-ranked knight. But before he could finish his insult, the boy moved. It was a blur of motion. A lightning-fast strike sent Zane flying backward out of the classroom. The boy stood his ground, cold and ready. "If you won't use your mouth to apologize, we'll see if your skill can do it for you." Lady Seraphina's eyes flared with rage as she screamed that Hugo had finally crossed the line. She lunged, but he caught her wrist with a sickening thud. Before she could blink, Hugo countered with a brutal kick straight to her face. Her friends rushed over, but the nightmare was just starting as Hugo landed a bone-shattering blow to her jaw, leaving her dazed on the floor. Ilara checked her pulse, but Hugo just sneered, mocking them for being the pathetic students of Master Alistair. That was the final straw. Another knight in training roared in fury and charged, demanding to know who Hugo thought he was calling a useless professor. Hugo just laughed in his face, saying they hadn't learned a single thing. He dared the boy to prove there was any difference between them before unleashing a flurry of strikes. The poor kid could only curl up and hope to survive. Moments later, he was sent flying across the training hall like a broken rag doll. "Trash," Hugo declared, looking down at them. "The lot of you." The entire class stood frozen in pure shock as Hugo continued his arrogant ego trip. He claimed he was just a messenger. Master Alistair needed to admit his failures right now, or find the spine to accept a formal duel to the death. Right at that moment, Master Alistair walked into the room. He looked at the chaos, his eyes narrowing as he asked Hugo to repeat exactly what he just said. Hugo didn't flinch, claiming Alistair was destined to fail the upcoming grand evaluation. Alistair just sighed. It wasn't Hugo's place to judge, and accepted the challenge. Hugo thought he'd finally won. He'd already crushed the other noble houses, and now he was certain Alistair was next on his list of victims. He honestly couldn't wrap his head around it. Lord Lawrence had hundreds of elite disciples. Why was Arthur so desperate to join this failing class instead? Hugo turned to leave, calling the choice a wise one. But a student cried out in panic, pointing at the shattered oak doors and their bleeding friends. They couldn't just let this monster walk away unpunished. If they didn't stand up now, every bully in the kingdom would treat them like doormats forever. Hugo stopped in his tracks, mocking them and asking if they really wanted another beating. He spat that they didn't even need doors since no one would ever want to join them. He stood his ground, a wicked smirk on his face, daring any one of them to try and stop him. It was pure, unfiltered arrogance, just begging for a fight. Alistair looked at his students and singled one out. He asked Julian, the quietest of the bunch, if he was ready to teach this loudmouth a lesson. Julian was absolutely stunned. "Me? Are you serious?" Alistair gave him a nod, full permission to handle business and settle the score right then and there. Julian was technically the weakest link in the class, but Alistair knew he had the most discipline. He promised to teach him moves that would humiliate the bully. Alistair told him to make Hugo pay for the broken door with his own hide. He reminded him to be friendly, which basically meant try not to actually kill the guy. The other students were baffled. Friendly? After what just happened, Master Alistair clearly had a very different definition of a friendly chat than most people. Hugo was nearly falling over laughing. "Make me pay!" He bet 1,000 sovereign coins that they couldn't even land a single scratch on his armor. Alistair's eyes lit up at the mention of money. He double-checked if Hugo was serious about paying the coins regardless of how the fight actually ended. Hugo scoffs, saying these losers would need at least 10 more years of training just to touch his cloak. He was that convinced of his own superiority. Alistair smiled. This was the perfect chance for Julian to make some easy gold. He told his student to go first, but reminded him, don't overdo the damage. Julian was shaking with nerves, but Alistair leaned in close. He promised that these 3 specific moves, taught on the spot, were the literal keys to victory. Hugo just stood there, looking bored. He thought this was a pathetic joke. A master teaching winning moves in 10 seconds. Absolute madness. The entire class gathered around to watch the miracle lesson. Julian was sweating bullets, terrified that he was about to get pulverized in front of everyone. But his classmates didn't doubt the master for a second. They knew Alistair never suggested anything without a plan, so they told Julian to just trust the process. Julian took a deep breath. He'd been beaten plenty of times before, so what was one more bruise? He stepped forward, ready to follow his master's lead. Alistair started the demo. Move 1, open the hands, slide the left hand forward, then snap it shut. It looked almost too simple to be real. Move 2, a quick, decisive step back with the left leg to shift the center of gravity. Nothing flashy, just basic fundamentals, or so it seemed. Finally, the third move, a straight punch with the right hand, aimed directly forward. The students looked at each other, wondering if that was really the whole secret. Julian honestly thought his master was playing a prank on him. These were basic cadet drills, and he was struggling to even get the form right under the pressure. Hugo was practically wheezing with laughter. He couldn't believe Alistair actually expected to win a duel using nursery rhyme combat techniques. But Alistair was dead serious. He told Julian that was everything he needed to know. Follow the steps, and the victory would be his for the taking. Julian was still full of doubt. He wasn't exactly a star pupil, and these moves felt unreliable. But his friends cheered him on, refusing to let him back down. Summoning every ounce of courage, he stepped into the ring. His heart was hammering against his ribs as Hugo asked him if he was truly ready to die. Hugo lunged with everything he had, a blur of motion. But Julian just closed his eyes, took a breath, and dropped into the stance he'd just learned. Hugo noticed something strange. Julian's movements were perfectly reversed. Before he could react, Julian lunged forward with total confidence in Alistair's words. Boom, Julian struck. He caught Hugo completely off guard, slamming a fist directly into his vital core and sending the bully crashing to the stone floor. Hugo hit the dirt hard, his head spinning. Julian, suddenly brimming with a new fire, looked down at him. "Why are you on the ground? The fight isn't over yet." Now Hugo was the one shaking with fear. "Wait, give me a second." The entire room went silent. How did the weakest kid just floor a top-tier warrior? The students were absolutely losing their minds. They knew they were right to trust Alistair. Their master's basic moves were actually secret, high-level arts. Alistair finally spoke up, telling Julian to stand down. He reminded him that they only wanted to teach a lesson, not commit a murder. Julian obeyed instantly. Hugo is absolutely fuming, screaming that Lord Arthur is total scum. But Arthur? He doesn't even blink. He just turns to his student and asks if the kid needs another tutorial. Finally, Arthur calls it off. He says that's enough for now, point proven. Then, he looks at young Julian and tells him to step up. It's the perfect time to get some real-world combat practice, right? Julian's down for it, but Hugo, he's starting to freak out. He's already battered, and now they're sending in a fresh recruit. He's seriously regretting his life choices. He tries to play the "I'm just a weakling" card, claiming he finally understands their dirty tactics. But inside, he's determined. If he loses again, he'll never show his face to his master. So with zero confidence but no other choice, Hugo accepts Julian's challenge. Here we go again. Julian lunges in for the first strike. Hugo spots it. The kid is aiming for his vital seal again. He manages to block it, wearing a smug, "nice try" grin. "Not falling for that twice," he sneers. But then, bam, Julian pulls a fast one and cracks him right in the jaw with a move he never saw coming. Hugo is reeling. Why isn't Julian using the basic moves he was taught? Blinded by rage, he charges like a madman, desperate to land just one hit. Big mistake. Julian slips the punch effortlessly and strikes another pressure point. Hugo hits the dirt, groaning in pure agony. This is getting brutal. Even while eating dirt, Hugo is throwing insults like confetti. Julian just shrugs. "Nothing dishonorable about winning," he says, promising not to hit the same spot again. And he keeps his word, by delivering a massive uppercut straight to Hugo's chin. Hugo is seeing stars. Everything hurts, and his pride is basically non-existent now. "You said you wouldn't hit me there," he whines, completely broken. He just wants a second to breathe, but these guys are relentless. They won't give him an inch. He's dazed, wondering why they keep targeting the same two vulnerabilities. Finally, he can't take it anymore. Hugo throws in the towel. He forfeits. Julian actually looks surprised. He looks at Hugo, who's more bruised than man at this point, and realizes that one more hit might actually send the guy to the grave. Their master, Lord Arthur, doesn't care about Hugo's begging. He looks at his next student, Alara, and tells her it's her turn to play. She doesn't hesitate for a second. She steps up and absolutely demolishes what's left of Hugo. Then Arthur keeps the line moving, calling up the next girl, Sarah. It's a total revolving door of pain. After every single student has had their way with him, Arthur drops the bill. He demands 1,000 gold sovereigns per student. That's 10,000 total, plus the door repairs. Hugo is lying in the mud of the courtyard, doing some very confused math. 10,000 gold. There were only 5 students. How does that add up? Arthur just sighs like he's explaining things to a toddler. 5,000 for the kids, and the rest covers the emotional damages and the broken entrance. Pay up. Hugo is desperate. He asks if he can just work it off by being their sparring partner. Arthur agrees and tells the kids to go easy on him. Yeah, right. Panic sets in. Hugo starts offering literally anything else to compensate them. Cut to the 𝑭𝒊𝒏𝒅𝒔 Academy, where Master Alistair is deep in conversation with an elder. The elder asks if Lord Arthur will actually accept the challenge. Alistair doesn't care. He's beyond pissed that one of his students was basically kidnapped. Alistair vows to teach Arthur a lesson. If he doesn't, his reputation in the kingdom is toast. The elder just smiles, enjoying the drama. Right then, someone stumbles in and collapses at Alistair's feet. It's a guy begging for help, but Alistair doesn't even recognize him. His face is a purple, swollen mess. It's Hugo. Alistair is horrified. What happened to you? You were just supposed to deliver a simple letter to Arthur. Hugo gasps out that he was beaten within an inch of his life. Alistair assumes Arthur did it personally, which would be a huge breach of noble conduct. But Hugo drops the real bombshell. It wasn't Arthur who beat him, it was the students. Julian and Alara. Alistair is completely floored. Those two, he asks, confused. Their power levels are trash compared to yours. How did they even touch you? Alistair personally trained Hugo. In a fair fight, those kids shouldn't have lasted 10 seconds. Hugo explains that Arthur gave them tips that changed everything. He says those 3 movements they used were like they were blessed by the gods themselves. It was impossible to defend against. Alistair realizes the truth. Arthur found Hugo's vital seal and used those moves as a clever distraction. But even then, knowing a weakness doesn't mean an easy win. In a real fight, speed and reaction are everything. Sometimes, focusing on a weak point can even backfire. Alistair realizes Arthur is a lot smarter than he looks. He admits the fight sounds like it was actually interesting, but he tells Hugo not to worry. He promises to help him ascend to the Paladin realm soon. Once Hugo levels up, his vital seal will naturally shift to a new location. He'll be able to crush those kids without them ever finding his new weak spot. Hugo is practically weeping with gratitude. Meanwhile, Alistair is wondering if Arthur is the one behind all the recent student council drama. Just as they're plotting their next move, a messenger bursts into the room looking for the elder. "Sir, have you heard the news about the student affairs?" Fighting at a disadvantage is never ideal. Lady Beatrice hissed, convinced this was Lord Alaric's doing. His squires never would have found the vital seal alone. He walked into this thinking it'd be a total snooze fest. Boring. But hey, turns out it's actually getting interesting. Still, he wasn't sweating it. The end game remained the same. He promised to guide Arthur toward the knight's core. Once they hit that milestone, it was game over for the rest. His very mana nodes would realign, giving him the edge to finally fight back for real. Arthur looked at his mentor, beyond grateful. "Thank you, Master." Beatrice wasn't so sure. She questioned Cedric. Wasn't he tight with Archduke Sterling? And since when was Alaric the go-to guy for the Academy's affairs? Cedric had a reason, though. He didn't want to force Sterling's hand. Making him choose sides and pressure the students now, that's a dangerous game. If the Archduke forced those squires to ditch Alaric, the man would cry bias to the High Council. And trust me, that's a mess they don't want. Bam, the door flies open. Someone's looking for Sir Arthur, and they look absolutely panicked. Cedric and Beatrice, immediately on high alert, demanding answers. Why the sudden intrusion? The newcomer could barely breathe, asking if they'd heard the latest scandal from the academy. Sir Louis just stood there, total confusion. What on earth was going on? The messenger dropped a bombshell. Lord Sterling had been stripped of his title and kicked out of the High Council. An absolute mandate from the Scholars Guild. The news sent shockwaves through the room. Everyone was dying to know how such a powerful man fell. Turns out, Sterling played a dirty game. He tried to frame a colleague during the spirit resonance trial, but his bias was caught red-handed. The guild didn't hesitate. They uncovered the truth and tossed him out. Sir Cedric sat there thinking, wait, hadn't Arthur Vance requested a trial too? Was it a coincidence? No way. The nobles began whispering, desperate to know which master had the guts and the brains to topple Sterling. They knew Sterling wasn't just some official. He had heavy-hitting allies and deep pockets. Taking him down, that's next-level strategy. Then came the reveal that silenced the room. The one responsible for the downfall was Arthur Vance, the Academy's supposed disgrace of a tutor. Lady Alina gasped. Him again. It seemed like everywhere they turned, this useless instructor was flipping the entire kingdom upside down. It was hard to believe. This man, once the laughingstock of the Royal Academy, was now the one pulling the strings of destiny. But Arthur didn't care about the gossip. His next move, he casually asked if just anyone could take the alchemist initiate's trials. Beatrice, a noble student with fiery hair, looked at him like he'd grown a second head. Was he actually serious about this? He confirmed it with a smirk. If she knew the way, he was ready to go. Seeing he wasn't joking, she agreed to lead him to the testing hall. On the way, our protagonist played it cool. He started asking basic questions about the exam and if there were any easy books to skim. Beatrice was fuming. She figured he was just using a pathetic line to flirt with her. She wasn't about to let this behavior slide. Still, she did her duty and explained the brutal nature of the alchemist tests. Arthur just laughed and said it sounded pretty simple. Simple, Beatrice nearly lost it. She'd been buried in scrolls for years and still struggled, yet this guy thought he could just waltz in. They finally reached the grand exam hall. There, they were met by Master Alistair, the registrar, who asked if she was back for more study. She pointed to Arthur. He's the one taking the test. Alistair raised an eyebrow, but the boy just nodded. He was dead set on it. The entry fee, a staggering 2,000 gold sovereigns. If he passed, he'd get it back. If not, that's a lot of wasted coin. Arthur didn't even blink. He paid the fee using the charitable donation he'd recently, let's say, borrowed from Duke Montgomery. Watching him throw money around, Beatrice rolled her eyes. To her, he was just another wealthy playboy with more gold than brains. The next session started in 4 hours. Realizing he couldn't head back to the academy in time, Arthur asked for a few reference books to kill time. Alistair was skeptical. 4 hours to prepare for the hardest exam in the kingdom. It was a joke, and he didn't hide his doubt. But our boy was calm. I'm not buying them, he said. I'll just have a quick look through. A quick look. Is he for real? Beatrice was convinced he was a total fraud. She watched in disbelief as he started flipping through legendary texts like they were cheap tabloids. What are you even doing? She snapped, accusing him of just ruining the pages. She was making a scene until Alistair told her to back off. He told her to focus on her own reading, but she couldn't stop staring. Learning the secrets of alchemy in minutes. Impossible. Pure insanity. As Arthur flipped, even he realized the complexity. This wasn't a game. The depth of knowledge required to be a great teacher was immense. It was more complicated than he'd imagined, but he didn't stop. He pushed through the layers of information, searching for the core truths. 4 hours vanished in a heartbeat. The doors opened. Arthur Vance enter. The moment of truth had finally arrived. Inside, the air was thick with tension. Other candidates were whispering about how strict the examiner was and how cheating was a death sentence. Archmage Thorn stepped forward, his voice like cold steel. "Silence! Cheat once and you're banned from the guild for life. No exceptions." He laid out the rules, 3 grueling stages. First up, the written theory test. They had 2 hours to survive. Arthur looked down at the parchment. A smile tugged at his lips. Some of these questions felt strangely familiar, almost like memories from another life. The signal sounded. "Start." While others began sweating, our protagonist just smiled. His secret weapon was about to pay off. All those alchemy books he'd imported into his mental library were ready. He touched the paper, testing its quality, standard royal parchment. At first, he felt a flicker of panic when the answers didn't just pop up. He had to focus. He had to dig into his own archive of truth. There it was. He locked onto the knowledge he needed. His quills started flying across the page with terrifying precision. Archmage Thorn noticed. While every other student was stuck in a deep, agonizing thought, this kid was writing like his life depended on it. Another spoiled brat trying his luck, Thorn thought. He hated rich kids who thought they could breeze through the sacred art of alchemy. Suddenly, Arthur stopped. Finished, the room went silent. Everyone assumed he'd just given up and filled the page with nonsense. Feeling triumphant, he stood up. "When's the next stage?" Thorn just pointed at the door. "Wait outside or go home, your choice." The other examiners asked if they should grade his paper. Thorn scoffed. "Why bother? It'll just ruin my mood for the rest of the day." Outside, Alistair nearly dropped his tea. "Finished, with an hour to spare." Beatrice just smirked, convinced he'd finally hit a wall he couldn't climb. Arthur just laughed to himself. Why did everyone underestimate him? The clock ticked down, and the rest of the candidates began to emerge. As the students filter out of the hall, Master Alistair enters with a sharp gaze. He's looking for a new apprentice and wants to know if anyone actually managed to survive the grueling examination. Master Cedric just scoffs, tossing the papers aside like they're total garbage. He's convinced the entire batch is a joke and says the alchemists, Citadel, would be humiliated to recruit such talentless hacks. But then Alistair spots a single unmarked paper lying forgotten on the cold floor. He asks why this one hasn't been graded yet, looking at Cedric for an answer. Cedric doesn't even blink. He calls it the work of some arrogant brat named Arthur and claims he already knows the kid failed miserably. Alistair isn't so sure. He wants to see the answers for himself. Cedric keeps ranting, complaining that these wealthy, noble kids know absolutely nothing about the art of alchemy. But Alistair isn't listening anymore. He's already diving into the script. The second Alistair starts reading, his eyes go wide. He's completely floored. He can't wrap his head around how a student could answer these complex questions so fast and so perfectly. Not one mistake, not even a smudge. Alistair is in total shock, staring at the paper and wondering how on earth a rookie could pull this off. He points out that the boy finished the entire exam in record time. Then comes the real kicker. Alistair admits that even he couldn't have finished it that quickly. Meanwhile, outside the hall, our boy Arthur is feeling pretty good. He's reflecting on the insane power he now possesses thanks to the archive of the high heavens. Suddenly, Warden Thorn calls for silence. It's the moment of truth, results time. Lady Beatrice stands there with a smug grin, just waiting for Arthur to be publicly humiliated. She's convinced he's a fraud and can't wait to see the look on his face when he fails. But the proctor steps forward to announce that only 3 people actually passed the written portion. First up is Julian. He scores 90%, and the guy is absolutely losing it with excitement. He's the pride of his house right now. The second name is Kenneth from Oakhaven, also pulling in a solid 90%. But then, the proctor clears his throat for the final name, Arthur. The room goes dead silent. Arthur didn't just pass, he got a perfect 100%. Everyone is staring at him like he's some kind of monster. These 3 are called up for the second stage of the trial. Beatrice is still standing there, totally confused, assuming Arthur must have been disqualified for cheating or something. But when she sees him walking toward the next stage, the reality hits her like a freight train. Her jaw literally drops. Arthur just gives her a calm, knowing smile as he passes by. "Round 2 time," he says, cool as ice. Beatrice is spiraling, demanding to know how a nobody could possibly get every single question right. A perfect score? It's unheard of. But there's no time for questions because the second stage is starting right now, and the stakes are even higher. They're presented with 10 rare herbs. The challenge: identify their names, properties, and every single use in under 15 minutes. The catch: you need 100% accuracy. One tiny slip-up and you're out. Arthur takes one look at the first plant and immediately taps into the archive. His sheer confidence is starting to freak out the other candidates. While they're sweating, Arthur is locked in, moving with a focus that's almost scary. He's not even breaking a sweat. Nearby, Master Cedric is watching him closely, wondering if he's actually witnessing the birth of an alchemy genius. Arthur is flying through the exam. He's got the theory, he's got the practice, he's got it all. He finishes the entire thing before the others have even hit the halfway mark. The examiners are stunned. They're starting to think this kid might truly be a 1 in a million talent. It's just impossible. They take his paper and begin a meticulous review. Alastair and Cedric lean in, checking every single word against the master records. The timer hits 0, and the trio waits in tense silence. The proctor steps out and announces that only one person has successfully passed the second stage. And the winner is Julian. Arthur freezes. That's impossible. He knows his archive is never wrong, and he checked every single answer twice. Arthur isn't about to stay quiet. He steps forward and asks exactly what he got wrong. The other students gasp. You don't just question the masters like that. The two examiners share a look. Cedric tells him he made a rookie mistake, confusing silver scale moss with dragon scale moss. "Better luck next year, kid," Cedric says, trying to dismiss him. Alastair adds that if he stays humble and keeps practicing, he might actually make it one day. But Arthur doesn't budge. He looks them dead in the eye and asks if that's the only error they found. They confirm it is, noting the root shape and the gray-green leaves. They explain that the plant has the classic look of silver scale moss, but Arthur just shakes his head, his voice firm and steady. He tells them straight up, that is not silver scale moss. He's not backing down, even if he's standing in front of the most powerful alchemists in the kingdom. He's actually getting annoyed now. He can't believe these high-end mighty masters don't even recognize the herbs they're testing people on. He starts citing the official alchemical codex, giving them the exact page and paragraph where the herb is described. He's basically teaching them a lesson. Cedric is fuming, but orders his assistant to fetch the book anyway. They flip to the exact page Arthur mentioned, and their faces start to change. Alastair is completely floored by the boy's photographic memory. He recalled every single detail with terrifying accuracy. As they analyze the text, the room goes quiet. Arthur keeps pushing, explaining the biological differences that the masters completely overlooked. Finally, he gives them the ultimate proof. If you don't believe the book, just cut the root. If I'm right, a milky white sap will pour out. Alastair grabs the herb and snaps the root. Immediately, a thick white liquid drips out. Arthur was right. It's a rare mutation, not the common moss they thought. The other students are reeling. If that herb was identified incorrectly by the masters, it means Julian actually failed the test. Cedric has to eat his words. He clears his throat and officially corrects the results. It's Arthur who passed the second stage of the exam. Julian is devastated, his moment of glory snatched away. Meanwhile, Arthur is officially awarded the Junior Alchemist emblem. This is huge. The emblem gives him full access to the Citadel's primary library. Arthur thanks them, but the drama isn't over yet. The two masters start bickering right then and there, both trying to claim Arthur as their personal student. Our boy just thanks them, but tells them he isn't looking for a master right now. Julian isn't exactly jumping at the chance to become a lowly apothecary's apprentice, but Master Alaric won't take no for an answer, pushing the boy to think long and hard about the offer. Sir Cedric nods in agreement, sensing a rare talent, but Julian quickly pivots. He wants to know if there's an elixir powerful enough to awaken hidden bloodlines. The question catches the two masters off guard. They admit such potions exist, but the alchemy involved is dangerously complex. Since no two bodies are the same, the success rate is a total gamble, but Julian doesn't flinch. He just wants to borrow their research manuals and a few samples. Alaric shuts that down instantly, explaining that only certified members of the High Order can step foot in the inner sanctum, where the sacred texts are guarded. Cedric backs him up. Not even a master can just walk out with those books, a fact that hits Julian like a brick wall. The elder tries a different hook. Follow me, earn your rank as a first-class alchemist, and every book in that library is yours for the taking. On top of that, he'd gain VIP status in every order outpost across the kingdom, but Julian is already tuned out, exhausted by the endless bureaucracy. The examiner makes it crystal clear. Without that silver certification, the library doors stay locked tight. Fine. If that's how the game is played, Julian decides he'll take the qualification exam just to get a shot at the archives. The word attempt leaves the masters stunned. They didn't expect such a powerhouse to be so humble about his chances. Alaric warns him that alchemy sits at the peak of the 9 great disciplines, demanding decades of blood, sweat, and tears to master. It's not just about memorizing weeds and roots. The duo explains that the real challenge lies in the soul of the craft. They go on about the sheer agony of refining elixirs, prompting Julian to ask the real question. Is it actually that difficult? He needs this settled within 2 weeks, but even he realizes that becoming a legendary healer in a fortnight might be pushing his luck. 2 weeks, the examiners nearly lose it. Alaric laughs, claiming the boy would break every record in the history of the kingdom if he passed before age 30. Feeling the weight of the red tape, Julian shrugs it off, ready to walk away and find another way into those archives. The examiner tries to offer some hollow comfort, promising that years of drudgery will eventually pay off, but Julian is already bored out of his mind. Why wait years? He literally mastered their entire curriculum in 4 hours flat. He turns to leave, citing better things to do, but Alaric stops him. There's a special path that might suit Julian's freakish memory. The two masters share a tense look, debating whether they should even mention such a suicide mission to the boy. Julian's patience snaps. Enough with the riddles, what's the secret method? Alaric explains the 2 roads to certification. The first is the standard, grueling trial of elixir refinement. The second, a scholarly debate, a literal duel of wits that leaves Julian wondering what kind of madness he's walking into. It involves defending the 9 great disciplines against the sharpest minds in the land, with the highest honor being that of a high scholar. Usually, becoming a scholar takes a lifetime, because you have to prove you can actually lead the next generation. But unlike the refining test, the debate is pure theory. Master the books, and you master the rank. Julian pushes for the catch, and they reveal the truth. He'll have to out-argue a panel of grand alchemists where a single stutter means total failure. One tiny mistake in logic and it's game over, but Julian has the celestial archives tucked away in his head. To him, this sounds like a cakewalk. The examiners warn him that while it sounds simple, almost everyone chooses the brewing trial over the debate for a reason. Julian doesn't get the fear. Why? If it's just talking, what's the big deal? Alaric counters that without hands-on experience, theory is just empty words. You can't truly know the craft until you've felt the fire. He notes that while hundreds pass through brewing, almost no one survives the debate, a statistic that actually makes Julian pause. But as he listens to the examiner's warnings, his resolve only hardens. He knows he can crush this. "I'll do it," Julian says, and the room goes deathly silent as he accepts the challenge. Stunned, they ask if he even understands what happens if he crashes and burns. The Order's rules are brutal. Fail, and you owe 100,000 gold sovereigns to every master on the panel, plus a public flogging. Julian winces. That's a steep price for a conversation, and for a second, he actually rethinks his life choices. Alaric begs him to play it safe, to just study for a few years and take the normal route, but Julian's mind is set. He declares his decision to face the masters in debate and demands they organize the panel immediately. The two are reeling from his arrogance. He knows nothing of the trial's content and expects to go toe-to-toe with the realm's elite. Julian knows he needs an edge, and that edge is hidden in the primary library he's been locked out of. The examiners think he's delusional. The boy hasn't even stepped inside a proper library, and he already thinks he can outtalk the masters. Julian just smiles and tells them he'll be visiting their library in a few minutes, leaving the duo completely shell-shocked. Cedric watches him go, assuring Alaric that Julian isn't a fool. The boy knows his priorities and he never, ever bets without an ace up his sleeve. Lord Alaric and his associate are clearly losing their patience. They're straight-up mocking Julian, convinced the young man is just a loud-mouthed fraud who'll crumble the second the actual trial begins. Laughing and sneering at the sheer absurdity of it all, the men confirm the deal. The test is officially set for tomorrow afternoon. No backing out now. Julian just gives them a simple nod of thanks before heading out. He asks for the way to the Grand Archives, leaving the examiners to mutter behind his back about his strange behavior. They think he's being way too reckless, yet there's this weird vibe of absolute confidence radiating off him. Unsure where it's coming from, Alaric decides to send a spy to tail him. The doors fly open as the men demand an update on what Julian is pulling in the archives. But the report, it's not what they expected at all. The investigator shakes his head, looking just as confused. He tells them that Julian isn't even studying. He's literally just flipping through books at lightning speed. Alaric is baffled. "What kind of books?" he asks. The spy explains that they aren't even advanced texts, just the absolute basics of potion brewing and reagent extraction. The Duke just can't wrap his head around it. Why would he waste time on that? Those books are meant for literal children and first-year apprentices. For someone supposedly preparing for a high-level alchemist's debate, looking at the fundamentals is basically a joke. It's like a master swordsman practicing how to hold a stick. They double-check if the spy is sure, and he insists the boy is just skimming through pages without a single deep thought. It makes no sense. Did he really just breeze through every single volume on the shelves? Alaric wonders if Julian is searching for one specific text, identifying it by the mere feel of the parchment. Cut to the Royal Crest Academy dorms. Lady Violet, the girl with the striking purple hair, is celebrating. She's finally ready to settle the score once and for all. Suddenly, Duke York appears, asking if anyone's been giving her trouble while he was away. Violet looks at him like he's crazy. Who would even dare to touch her? She tells her uncle to stop being so paranoid. Besides, she mentions that her tutor, Julian, is actually a really kind and incredibly talented guy. The Duke just laughs it off, telling her she's too young to know who's actually trustworthy in this world. Then, he spots a rare botanical reagent in her hand. He asks where she got it, and she casually mentions it was a gift from Julian. Apparently, it's just something to help her when she's feeling a bit nauseous. Duke York is outraged. How could a supposedly broke tutor get his hands on something like this? He thinks there must be something wrong with it. Violet gets worried, asking if the herb is dangerous, but York nearly has a heart attack. It's not dangerous, it's precious. He identifies it as the legendary frozen sun motherroot. Violet stares at the herb, stunned. York starts ranting about its value, claiming this tiny plant is worth well over 100,000 gold sovereigns. "Are you for real?" she asks, totally floored. The Duke doesn't hesitate. He's 100% certain about the value of that rare treasure. The girl looks at her gift in a whole new light. Meanwhile, the man is still losing his mind, wondering how a simple teacher could ever afford such a fortune. Violet feels a rush of warmth. She feels truly special. Not only did her tutor create custom techniques for her, but he also gave her a legendary herb without a second thought. She decides she has to pay him back. She immediately asks Duke York how much cold, hard cash he has on him right this second. He admits he didn't bring much, since he was only there to pick her up from school. Frantic, Violet tells him they need to go find Julian immediately. York mentions that if he's not at the academy, the teacher is probably at the Alchemist's Guild. Violet is convinced he bought the herb there and drags her uncle along. They arrive at the brewing chambers and find a woman working there. They ask if Julian is taking the apprentice alchemist exam, but she's caught off guard. She wonders if this playboy teacher is actually legit. But with a smile, she confirms it's true, leaving Violet absolutely speechless at the revelation. York chimes in, noting that apprentices have to memorize the properties of over 100,000 different reagents. It's an insane amount of data. He explains that most candidates spend years, even decades, studying just to have a chance at passing. He's pretty sure Julian is going to crash and burn. The lady at the counter agrees that it's incredibly difficult, but then she drops a bombshell. Julian didn't just pass the first test, he absolutely aced it. He's already in the second stage. York is shook. The first stage is a brutal memory test that ruins most people, yet this useless guy got a perfect score. This man everyone called a failure answered every single question correctly. He gave away a fortune in herbs and won a lady's loyalty, all while crushing the exam. York starts questioning everything he thought he knew. Was Julian really just a lucky hack, or has everyone been completely blind to his genius this whole time? According to the records, Julian was a child prodigy who peaked at age 16 and hasn't grown since. But the man standing before them doesn't match that file at all. The woman gets serious, reminding them that theory is worthless without actual talent. The second stage is where it gets real, identifying 10 reagents under a ticking clock. Even one tiny mistake means instant failure. Just then, 2 exhausted students stumble out of the testing room, looking like they've seen a ghost. The woman asks them if they made the cut, but they just sigh in defeat. They couldn't handle the pressure. Then she asks about the guy inside, Julian. One of the failed students looks up, totally dazed. "Oh, Julian," he says. "The guy didn't just pass, he's officially an apprentice alchemist now." The news hits like a lightning bolt. Serafina asks when they can see him, but another boy tells her Julian is already on the move. He went straight back to the archives because he's scheduled a grand alchemists debate for tomorrow afternoon. He's looking for a massive rank up. The woman is paralyzed with shock. She explains that this isn't just a normal test. It's a high-stakes confrontation against 10 officially recognized master alchemists. It is the most punishing and difficult trial in the entire kingdom. Shaking, she recalls reading about it, confirming that it's practically a suicide mission for most. You have to outsmart and outargue 10 masters simultaneously. If you fail, the consequences are severe enough to end your entire career on the spot. York is stunned. Julian is so young and just became an apprentice. He has decades of time to grow. Why on earth is he in such a rush to risk everything? The boy just scratches his head, looking equally confused. He says that according to Julian, he just doesn't feel like waiting around for things to happen slowly. He didn't see it coming, but the professor was hunting for restricted scrolls on rare physiques, the kind only a master alchemist could touch. Time was his biggest enemy. He only had 2 weeks before urgent business called him away, making those secret books absolutely vital. He stared at the calendar, wondering if this was the only way to awaken her hidden power and finally jumpstart her training. Turning to the young woman, he asked if failing the coming debate meant a death sentence, but she was completely in the dark. One of the boys chimed in, recalling Master Wang's warning: 1,000,000 gold crown fine, 100 brutal lashes, and total exile. Plus a 10-year ban from ever practicing again. The girl was stunned. The price of failure, it was beyond terrifying. She realized then that he was risking everything for her. Even giving her life wouldn't be enough to pay him back. Inside the grand library, Alistair scanned every shelf, but it was all basic alchemy. No mention of those legendary, specialized constitutions. It was clear now, he'd have to officially become a master alchemist to see the real stuff. For today, this knowledge would suffice. Walking out, he spotted 2 guys gossiping. They were actually betting on why he was in there. 30 votes for just pretending. Only one person thought he was actually researching. He snapped at them, demanding to know what they were doing with his reputation. They just smirked, figuring he'd failed to find a single book. One laughed it off while the other whined about losing the bet. They dropped a bombshell, though. The 10 high alchemists were already notified about the pill debate. Everyone was showing up tomorrow morning. With the showdown set for tomorrow afternoon, 𝒊𝒂𝒅 thanked them and left while the two idiots kept arguing over their lost gold. He couldn't believe they were gambling on his life. But outside, he ran right into one of his students kneeling on the ground. She was pouring out her heart. He told her to get up, immediately asking if the medicine had finally cured her strange ailment. He needed to know if the rare frost leaf had worked. Nearby, another man dropped to his knees, looking like a total fool. The man apologized for his arrogance and for misjudging 𝒊𝒂𝒅 so badly. Our hero was confused. Why were they acting like this? After all, he was still just a lowly apprentice teacher in everyone's eyes. He wondered if they knew the risks he was taking. He looked at his students and realized they truly wanted to learn. Their gratitude hit him hard. This was what teaching meant. He told her to relax. Reaching out, he took her hands, his eyes burning with a new kind of fierce, protective determination. They were his students now. He would guide them through the fire until they reached the very peak of their hidden potential. Suddenly, boom, a golden tome manifested as the man pulled out a stack of banknotes. It's not everything, but it's a start. It was a payment from the capital for his services. 𝒊𝒂𝒅 just shook his head. Forget the money, it was just a plant. The man was floored. This teacher gave away 100,000 crown herb like it was nothing. He felt like trash for doubting him. 𝒊𝒂𝒅's heart skipped a beat. Wait, that weed was worth 100,000. He started shaking with the most intense sudden regret. The man noticed him trembling. Wait, did you not know the price? 𝒊𝒂𝒅 was crying on the inside over his lost fortune. But he kept his poker face. Money is nothing compared to my student. I'd spend 1 million more just to see her succeed. The man was absolutely speechless at such nobility. The girl blushed, feeling terrible for ever thinking her master was a fraud. I have to prepare, 𝒊𝒂𝒅 said, hurrying away. Inside, he was screaming. He just threw away a fortune just to look cool. Back at the Noble Academy, Lord Sterling asked his niece to tell him every single thing about this mysterious new teacher. She started recounting her lessons, and her uncle was horrified. They had completely missed that she had the rare frost-veined body. Instead, the experts had forced her into the wrong training. How did a useless teacher see what the masters couldn't? The girl mentioned the official inquiry into the testing scandals. She asked her uncle if he knew about the whole framing incident. His eyes narrowed. So it was true. That arrogant noble Cedric had actually set 𝒊𝒂𝒅 up to take the fall. He realized he'd been played. He knew the grandson was a piece of work, so the grandfather was definitely hiding something too. Young Alara told her uncle to show some respect. He finally understood the hell her teacher had been forced to survive. He smiled, telling her to relax. He'd uncovered the truth now, and he knew exactly how to play his next move. Since those two high-end mighty nobles had dragged 𝒊𝒂𝒅's name through the mud, he was going to settle the score personally. He'd have to discuss this with the High Lord to teach them a lesson. His niece nodded, her eyes full of determination. Spread the news far and wide, he commanded. With a confident wink, he promised her that justice was coming very soon. Meanwhile, in his room, 𝒊𝒂𝒅 felt his power exploding. He'd managed to unlock 20 spirit points in just one single night. But then he heard a voice outside. His students were there. One boy stepped forward, looking nervous but totally committed. He'd officially walked out on the elite classes just to study under 𝒊𝒂𝒅. He begged for a chance to prove his loyalty. 𝒊𝒂𝒅 finally realized the impact he was having. No one leaves the best for the worst unless they truly believe. He smiled. Inside the classroom, Julian starts the day's lesson. His students are absolutely hooked. He's dropping a new mana-channeling system and a philosophy that's, well, it's revolutionary. This stuff is enough to turn the entire world of magic upside down. Class ends, and he tells them all to head home and get to practicing. They all agree, but Julian's mind is elsewhere. The great alchemical debate is about to kick off, and he needs to move, fast. Suddenly, a voice stops him. It's the lady from the Alchemists' Guild. She says Lord Harrington sent her to fetch him. The 10 master alchemists have arrived. She asks if he wants to back out while he still can, but Julian just smiles. No turning back now. At the guild headquarters, Julian heads straight for the debate hall. He's focused. He's determined. Failing is not an option today. They walk in, and the guild master greets him. Lord Harrington gives him one last look, a chance to walk away. He tells Julian it isn't too late. With Julian's raw talent, he could be a certified alchemist in just 6 months if he takes the slow path. Julian just scoffs. 6 months? That's a lifetime. If he had that much time to waste, he wouldn't be here hunting for their restricted archives. Seeing that look in his eyes, Harrington stops arguing. He figures the kid won't learn until he hits a wall. He signals everyone to enter. The 10 veteran alchemists file into the room, looking proud and imposing. One of them points a finger straight at Julian. "This little brat is the one demanding a debate," he sneers. The others join in, laughing at how young he looks. They seriously doubt he knows a thing, but Harrington steps in, telling them to settle down. He reveals that despite his age, Julian aced every single question on the written herbalist exam. A perfect score. The veterans are surprised, sure, but they aren't sold. One of them speaks up. Brewing potions takes more than just reading books. It takes mastery over the flame and perfect technique. You don't become a master just by memorizing a few dusty scrolls. Julian is already bored of the talk. He thinks to himself that even a corpse could brew a better potion than these guys. He clears his throat to get their attention. "The guild master didn't bring you here to gossip about my age, did he?" He looks them dead in the eye. Just because he's young doesn't mean his skills are inferior to theirs. That did it. One alchemist explodes, calling Julian an arrogant apprentice who doesn't know his place. Harrington quickly shuts it down. They're here for a formal debate, not a shouting match. He lays out the rules. It's simple and brutal. Julian has to answer their questions. One mistake, one wrong move, and it's game over. If things get complicated, they go to a practical test. But everything stays within the limits of a level 1 alchemist's knowledge. "Any questions?" Harrington asks. Everyone is silent, but just as things start, Julian interrupts. The masters mock him immediately. "Scared already? Last chance to run home, kid." Julian just smirks. He asks if they really think he's the one who needs to reconsider, given how mediocre they all seem. The room goes cold. Julian doesn't blink. "I apologize," he says, "but honestly, everyone in this room is incompetent." The masters demand he be kicked out for the insult. Julian doesn't flinch. He isn't mocking them. He's just stating a fact. He tells Lord Harrington that this format is way too dull. He wants to make things actually challenging. Harrington is sweating now. He thinks Julian is literally walking into the jaws of death with this attitude. Julian makes his proposal. Forget the Q and A, he wants one of the masters to brew a potion right here, right now. While they brew, Julian will call out every technique they use, and every single mistake they make in the process. The masters are livid. An apprentice, finding flaws in a master alchemist, it's pure insanity. Harrington is panicking, wondering what happened to this kid overnight. He's trying to figure out how to stop this train wreck. Julian just baits them. "What's the matter? Afraid I'll expose your sloppy work and ruin your precious reputations?" Master Thorn stands up, eyes blazing. He'll do it. He'll make sure Julian gets exactly what he asked for. He almost admires the kid's nerves. But now, he's going to show Julian what real power looks like. Theory is for children. He calls for a cauldron, ready to show everyone how it's actually done. Now, Master Thorn is the guild's rising star. 3 years in, and he's already expected to surpass the guild master himself. He even created his own secret method a few days ago. He challenges Julian. "Don't just name the move, tell me where I borrowed it from." The other masters are floored. A brand new technique. This could change everything. Harrington feels a pit in his stomach. This is too much for an apprentice. It's a total trap. Even a level 3 master would have a hard time identifying those moves. Julian realizes Thorn is playing dirty under a mask of kindness. But it's too late to stop. They're ready. Thorn pulls his gear from his enchanted ring and begins. The fire roars, and the ingredients hit the cauldron. It's on. The moment the forge is lit, Cedric begins his work. Arthur watches closely, but he realizes right away, normal eyes can't see what's really happening here. It's no wonder the crowd thought he was losing his mind. Even the Grand Master couldn't track these movements just by watching. Since his eyes fail him, Arthur taps into the divine archive to scan for every hidden flaw. Meanwhile, Cedric slams his potion down and declares it finished. The room goes silent. The other alchemists are absolutely stunned by his speed. He brewed that elixir of tranquility, faster than anyone could even analyze the ingredients. But Arthur just smiles. He looks Cedric in the eye and asks, "If I can name the 3 secret techniques you just used, will you admit you lost?" Then he drops the first name, the Rite of 10,000 Storms. You can see Cedric physically tense up. Arthur doesn't stop. He starts listing 12 more styles Cedric borrowed to finish the brew, including the torrential downpour and the northern river flow. Then, leaning in close, he whispers that Cedric also plagiarized the silk weaving hands from Master Belmond and the frozen thread from Lord Miller, along with moves from 2 other masters. With a smirk, Arthur asks if he got it all right. Cedric is completely speechless. Arthur just whispers that there's no need to air all his dirty laundry in public, since the others already know his methods. He claps a hand on Cedric's shoulder and tells him to keep it moving. Cedric is shaking now. Head low, voice trembling, he admits defeat. The crowd is absolutely floored because Arthur only named 2 techniques out loud before Cedric folded. People are starting to talk. The alchemists are finally realizing one thing: Arthur is definitely not as simple as he looks. Arthur just shrugs, says he won't waste any more of Cedric's time, and calls up the next challenger. Lord Benedict steps forward, determined to end this little debate fast. He's not sure what happened to his colleague, but he's not about to let Arthur's arrogance go unpunished. Meanwhile, Cedric is spiraling, wondering how his plagiarism was caught. Benedict steps up with a new plan. He announces that the rules are changing to make sure Arthur can't win again. Arthur must watch the brewing and identify not just the techniques, but the heat control errors, the mixing mistakes, everything. The Grand Master is sweating now, convinced Arthur is doomed. Arthur just tells Benedict to stop talking and start brewing. Annoyed, Benedict begins his work, using a high-level heat technique called the 1,000 Mountain Forge. The other alchemists are impressed. This is complex, difficult stuff. They're all wondering how Arthur will possibly respond. When Benedict finishes, he challenges Arthur to name a single flaw, insisting the boy will never earn his respect. Arthur just presses 2 fingers to his forehead. "Let's get straight to the point," he says coolly. He names the technique perfectly, the flame hands of 1,000 mountains, and explains exactly how to simplify the whole thing. But then, he drops the real bomb. The technique itself is a disaster. It limits the potion's quality so much that improvement is impossible. It's only good for mass-producing low-quality junk. Arthur looks him dead in the eye and says learning a method like that is pointless, unless you've already given up on yourself. He asks the master if he's right. Lord Alistair can't believe his ears. Benedict is the head of a great house and a master alchemist, and Arthur just called him a mediocre failure with no future. Benedict warns Arthur not to get cocky. He says all those words don't mean a thing unless he can point out the actual errors made during the brew. Arthur goes back to basics. He explains that every alchemist must master heat control and asks Benedict if he even understands his own tools. He points out that while the crucible might look standard, he'll set that aside for now. But even with a perfect recipe, minor changes create massive failures. Tiny differences in the pot or the fire can ruin everything. Arthur starts rattling off stats like a machine. The crucible is 219 centimeters tall, 96 centimeters wide, and has 13 openings. He even knows the exact date it was forged. He explains that using this specific pot for a meridian elixir would drain all its potency, leaving them with nothing but useless liquid. The alchemists are stunned. They had no idea a pot could change a potion that much. Lord Sterling argues there's no way Arthur could know the history of a guild-provided crucible. But Arthur isn't done. He moves to the fuel, starfire embers. It's the best for brewing. Normal charcoal only keeps 37% of its heat, but starfire keeps 46%. Arthur calls these basic facts and asks if Benedict even considered them. Benedict is visibly shaking now. He admits to himself that he never bothered to measure the pot or calculate the temperatures, because doing that would have taken days. Julian walks right up to him, eyes narrow. He announces he's going to point out every single mistake made during the alchemy refinement process. To brew an elixir like that, you need 47 different herbs. Some work together, others will literally explode if mixed wrong. It's a recipe for disaster. Julian explains the first step was okay, adding the lionheart herb for its calming properties and heat resistance. But here's the massive screw-up, adding the frost petal flower 7 breaths too late. Total failure. And that's where we leave it today. If you don't want to miss the next epic part, hit that notification bell right now. See you all next time for more action, right here on the channel.